again, another night. Can't get me going. Cannot get me out of here. Nothing is striking me down. Catching this on playback, it got very interesting at the end of my last live stream. Tried to get off at a certain time, but more and more people started coming in, which kept me up, which gave me a second win, another energy boost to keep talking my shit, to keep popping my shit. You feel me? People who question your path tell you that your path that you're on is wrong. Tell you that your path that you are on is demonized. That who is gearing your path or what is gearing your path is something wicked. But to the contrary, and my guys out there, if you're catching this once again on playback, my crowd of boys, we have already set a path to be on that is practice with semen retention, where you are 1% men that is on the actual practice. So you have chosen a path that is less traveled, requires discipline, focus, amongst other things, courage. But through the patience and the test of time, you understand that the path that you have chosen is required for you to hearken yourself to this certain path to make you a better person, a better man. But you'll still get distractors. You'll still get people to divert you from that path. People telling you that you are wrong, whatever path that you're on. But specifically, or I should say, with correlation to the semen retention journey, people tell you that you need to do something else, that you need to step out and date or question your masculinity because you have chosen to be on the path and being alone, made the choice to be alone, to cut off certain things from your life to make you better. The path that you choose may be dark sometimes. You may go through some dark times, of course. Zahn, peace, brother. Great to see you tonight. The path that you choose, or as you choose your path, will be people to tell you that you are going the wrong way, that you are doing something that is not normal, deter you from what it is that you are seeking and where you're going. Saved by love, peace. The path that you choose is often lonely, it's awfully dark, but it's as you said, saved by love, the light is within you, and that light is your guidance through the path. And as you stay patient on the path, as you stay courageous on the path, as you build up strength on your path, that light within you, that guidance, intuition, the path must reveal itself along the way. Just stay patient, just stay focused, and stick to your plan because other people's plan, if it really worked, everybody would choose the same path. But choose a path of where it's more comfortable, more easy. Everyone wants to find a easier path. The road less traveled is the real path. Saved by Love says you tried dream walking. Man. Zahn says that's a fact, bro. The moment you realize your path is in a completely different direction from those around you, we have to make a choice to either redirect or keep going. It's best to keep going though. Hey Zahn, there even things and obstacles, distractions that will be placed in your way to stop you, not even redirect you, but to stop you. When you've gone far enough or so far into the path where you have destroyed things along the way, conquered certain obstacles, still be obstacles in a way to now try to stop you. You got to keep going. Saved by love. Once again, it's great to see y'all tonight. And as you guys roll into this live stream, do me a favor and like the live stream. It helps, trip the algorithm and stuff like that as you guys come in. Um Last night it got very interesting. I am Xander, peace. Got very interesting towards the end of the live. And it caused me to stay on a little bit longer than expected. But there are the agents of distraction. Yeah, that's cool. Say about love. It's going to be like that. Probably for a couple minutes because towards the end of the live last night, I really took it to a place where many people might not like, but I'm not here to be liked like that. You feel me? I'm not here for people to like my personality so much. If you gravitate to me, you know what I mean. Obviously, you guys like the live streams and stuff like that. This isn't so much about me and self-grandizement of me being in vanity and being liked. It's not my mission to have popularity. It's not a popularity contest with me. For those that gravitate to even the content or even to these live streams, they're here for a reason. Everybody's here for a purpose. But Xander was in here late too. He said I thought it was pretty peaceful. Yeah, it was. It's going to be always a mix of everything that's going on with the agents' distractions. But that's why I stayed later because I don't run from anything. And when I see it getting crazy like that, and I see it getting a little bit out of course with the trolls and the agents, it feeds into more of an energy, and that's why I got a second win. I ended up getting a second win last night, staying longer to like 7, almost 8 in the morning on the live. It was like a 9-hour live stream that I did when it was all said and done. But that's because they think that the power of their energy and their words will supersede what is going on for real. And it's not. I'm very long winded. I get ample rest these days. And the shit that I pop, I've been blessed with. Even on your path, people will tell you that the path you are on is demonized. They'll do anything and everything to tell you what is gearing your path. They'll tell you that a demon is gearing your path. It doesn't work. Say by love. You see, the thing about being alone is that when you start to do the work for yourself and really study yourself, and you're not sitting around waiting for something to happen, you're putting things in motion. You build a sort of confidence and a solitude about yourself where being alone is the best option. You have time to address all of your thoughts and not everyone else's thoughts. You have the time to address things with yourself that you wouldn't normally get to do if you're moving around too much or around other people because you pick up on other people's thoughts, feelings, emotions, all that, and have to be able to carry that takes strength. But if you don't have that strength and that stuff starts weighing you down and you are disappointed by people, you'll be in the condition that you're in. You'll feel lonely because you are used to being around so much people, too much energy, and a lot going on around you. But until you are in the silence, willing to address the silence, you'll find it necessary to be alone. Just finished getting all the equipment I need for my YouTube content. Just need a mic now. 2026 is going to be great. Hey, Zon, man, that's peace, bro. And I'm glad you got everything that you need. Get started, man. Keep pushing. Be inspired, bro. And once again, man, always reach if you want to reach out, collab at any time, bro. I'm here. About 500. I tried to help him with 3K car and 1K, and I let him do payments. About 500. A friend who lacks morals. At least it's been some truth. I seen that in my they say by love, man. The material and the money and stuff like that comes and it goes. The trust that you have in people, that comes and goes. People's morals, their words are always tested. People come and go. You just take it as a learning experience and just watch out for signs of who and what you can trust. Sergeant Joe Smith, peace, bro. I'm glad that you're here right now, man. We just talking, but encouraging the people to choose your path, whatever path that's on, and especially the path that is less traveled. What do you think about Donald saying that he wants Puerto Rico to be? Ethan Perez. A question like that came across yesterday. I don't know if that was you again, but to my recollection, I thought Puerto Rico was already part of the states for real. I don't know. I might be tripping, but I thought Puerto Rico was already part of the states. We adopted them already as the states. If we haven't already, it is what it is. I don't mind that. I don't control that. Trump didn't say that. Yeah, I don't know. He said yesterday something about Puerto Rico too. Um, but I thought Puerto Rico was already part of the states. It's a U.S. territory. Okay, yeah. If it is, if it ain't, if they want to be or whatever he's trying to do, I don't control that. We don't control that. What am I going to say that's going to change the mind of Donald if he wants to do whatever he wants to do, or if the GOVT wants to do whatever they want to do? Now, say by love, it's nothing to be sorry for. Negativity is needed. Need to shine light on the negativity. That's what it is. KL8 says, "Remember me?" No, I don't really remember that screen name. Would you rather get $1 million? Turtle Man clips. That's a crazy ass question. 313 cutie. Nah, you're not blocked. You're good. You're good tonight. Just keep it cordial. Keep it cool. Collect yourself. That's it. Yeah, KL. I don't. I get influx of people who come in and out of these live streams. Some people I do remember. Some people I don't. But I'm glad you're here. If you could refresh my memory of any topic that you was a part of, maybe that happens to jog my memory of who you may be. Guam, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands are other non-state territories. Thanks for that, Sergeant Joe Smith. 313 Cutie says, "Yeah, but when that girl come in here, you do what she tell you to do, like a simp." Um, okay, 313 Cutie. One thing that she doesn't do is be overly sexualized. Tell me that she wants to suck me, tells me that she wants to get me alone in bed to do wild sexual acts to me. And a lot of your messages are held for review, so that tells me a lot about who you are and what you are here to do, and that's to distract. I don't tolerate too much of the sexual stuff, whether it be from men who want to play around and troll, or women who are trolling also to think that's going to get my attention. I'm not that type of man. That's not how you get my attention. And that's how you get blocked. The females, the women that come in here with some decorum, some respect for themselves, that's the ones I appreciate, and that's the ones I'm willing to listen to. I don't listen to too much of the over sexualized advancements, especially I don't even know you like that. I don't know if you're a real woman. So calling me a simp for respect because I respect women, I'll be a simp for that. I simp for respectful women with decorum. Sorry. Say by love, man. Peace. Oh, my brother, you remind me of him. Okay, KL8, you was in that live stream. All right. Um, Not that someone died and it was reported, but it was suppressed by the media and the news. 313 Cutie says, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know he was under the age of 18." That's cute. See, 313 Cutie, that's what gets you put up out of here. And that's what I'm saying, Zon. It's probably not even a real woman. So you find yourself put in timeout like a child that's under the age of 18. Tonight, guys, none of the bullshit will be tolerated. I've chosen my path. And if you do not have respect for yourself, I will show you very quickly I got respect for myself and I will not tolerate none of that bullshit tonight. I am not going to stretch myself too thin with going back and forth with people. The arguments tonight, because people want to debate. I see a lot of people, and that's what happened last night. People want to debate. And I said, I'm not debating nothing. People want my phone number to try to talk to me to debate. And they don't have the proper knowledge or scholarship to debate with me because they want to debate the Bible. I want to debate spirituality. If you only know one book, you really know nothing. I have tons of books, and that's based around spirituality, not religion, spirituality. So to try to debate me about one thing and try to say that is your truth, it's not going to happen because arguing with a fool isn't my aim. I'm not on here to debate, not on here to argue. I'm not on here to go back and forth with nonsense. Also, disrespecting me, calling me out my name, trying to emasculate me, it's not going to ride. One day you're on my dick, and then the next you're calling me gay, making all these sexual advances at me, and then, right. But most likely 313 Cutie will be back as another screen name, trying to get attention and stuff like that. And I'm just going to get him up out of here. If you won 500 mil in the lotto, what would you do first? I would sit in my house for a day. I would sit on it, create a plan, chill out, and I wouldn't tell a soul. Nada, nothing. I wouldn't do nothing for real. I would sit, chill out, create a plan, how to move, what to do, go through A through Z with that plan, and move the same way I move. No one would ever be able to tell. I would wear the same clothes, make my same moves, come on these lives still, talk my shit. No one will ever know. But materially, the first thing I would probably do is put a lot of that away for trust fund, my kid, and then obviously my kids to come. I would invest in my own business, reinvest back into my business, and travel. That'll be the top three things. But I would sit first. Are you happy? Commentary connoisseur says, are you happy that religion is dead? Religion ain't dead, brother. It ain't dead. It's very much alive. It's too much energy. The energy of the people, the masses of the people are still into religion. So the more energy that it gives is going to stay alive. OG Kick says 100%. Bro, who thinks like that? And you're right. Jenny Doe, damn, rejection is rough. Yeah, it is rough. It goes to that point of, you know what I mean, trying to emasculate me. And that's cool too. Like I said, it's a first way ticket to get you up out of here. Tyson Jays, you've been in here before. And yes, I know who Adrian Broner is. Sergeant Joe Smith says, hey, it's my best friend Chris' 30th birthday tomorrow. Can you do a birthday shout out for Chris P? Crispy bacon. That's funny. That's pretty funny, bro. Zahn says if he hit that lottery, 500 mil, he'll buy some land and get away. Yeah, traveling, getting away. But I'll move low though, because if you get away, people gonna know what you want for real. But I will move low. I'm already in a solitude, peaceful state. I don't. Once again, that's why I say I don't conform to anything. I don't have groups of friends, anything like that. So no one would be able to tell I wanted 500. So I would move exactly how I'm moving. But there'll be signs. There'll be some signs for real. Giovanni says, my bro passed away. Hey, brother, sorry for your loss. Condolences to you and your family. Loss can be hard. Prayers up, brother. KL8 says, good playing in my books. Yeah. Your moves and how you move around is going to give away some details that you got some money on you. So I'll be strategic on how I move, especially, getting in and out of the, travels and stuff like that. But, putting a lot of that up in a way for generations to come. Sergeant Joe Smith, yeah, man. He says you're a cool man. I appreciate that, bro. Robert V says, is the mind just brain chemistry or is there a soul? They say the seat of the soul. Seat of the soul, I forget the author of that. I know Oprah has endorsed that book. I have that on Audible. Um, Seat of the soul is said to be the pineal gland. The pineal gland is in your brain. And Gio, you got more people giving their condolences to you and your family, brother. But it's all in one. It's brain chemistry. If you know about chemistry and where that word has originated and comes from, it comes from ancient chemet, like alchemy. I'm a wordsmith, so I like to break down words. But chemistry is an ancient word. It comes from ancient Kemet. Ancient Kemet is what we now know as Egypt. They discovered, or they did their own practices to discover the pineal gland, the connection to higher power, source, whatever you want to call it. Um, so that's why it's all coincide in one. Everything is everything. and everything is connected. But your brain power, the health of your brain has a lot to do with how it works. And KL, it's all good, bro. What do you think about dinosaurs? Great question. Um, Noel Kenna. Hi from Minnesota. Hey, Noel. Peace. Peace, sis. You're somebody I do remember from before that was in here. Peace to you. Shouts out to Minnesota. Dinosaurs. With the science and all that, with the fossils and stuff like that. I had a interesting conversation with a coworker once about dinosaurs, and I'm always an open-minded and an open thinker. I try to get people to think outside of the box, right? And if you go back into ancient times, and they talked about dragons, they talked about um, creatures in the water, right? If you look at some of the dinosaurs and the skeletons, the fossils, and the shapes of those fossils and those said, and you think of the depictions of dinosaurs, and he even my coworker at the time, he looked up a old school map um from ancient times, and they had flying like pterodactyls, they had like flying creatures, and the creatures also in the water that looked like Loch Ness monsters and stuff like that. In those days, in ancient times, they would refer to those things as dragons, flying dragons, land dragons, water dragons. Now, however they were or came up extinct, um, as they were found in now a newer time, you call them dinosaurs. I said, what if they changed their name from those times, dragons, to dinosaurs? So these dinosaurs that we name because of in the name of science, maybe those are the real dragons they were talking about at that time. Make us to believe that dragons are some fictitious figures or made up creatures that is based on imagination. But I would sit here and argue and say some of these dinosaurs were actually the dragons that were once a part of the earth, and they were all destroyed. Just a theory of mine. Once again, I think outside the box. I try to connect dots, make sense of things. And to me, it makes more sense because I forget the man, shouts out to my former coworker, man. He looked up the map. I forget what type of map he said it was, but they had depictions of certain animals, like I said, flying dinosaurs and stuff like that. But yeah, I think dinosaurs were actually dragons that they spoke about. Once again, just a theory. Sergeant Joe Smith, I'm gonna get hold on. Zahn says there was definitely higher powers working with the ancient people. They discovered so many things without today's technology. Yes, that's another thing, Zahn. The research by the ancient people and what they came to discover, and even the depiction of what they drew in hieroglyphs and figures that they drew. They depicted dragons or creatures. I'm gonna just leave it at creatures, right? On the pyramid walls, they exist. Even the things that, once again, they wrote in hieroglyphs because, and someone tried to debate me on this, the English language didn't exist in those ancient times. So a lot of the depictions that they were recording weren't in English. They were either in symbols, what we call hieroglyphs, and depictions of different things. So they depicted what we call the Loch Ness monster. They depicted flying creatures, land creatures, and stuff like that. Sergeant Joe Smith says, "Are you a dad? If your son was arrested by the police, would you bail him out or tell him to sit there and learn his lesson?" Sergeant Joe Smith, great question. It depends on what the infraction is, but 9 times out of 10, I would bail him out. If it's something that he, like I said, depending on the infraction, what it is, because I've been arrested before, I bailed my own self out. And one of the times I was arrested, I didn't even do the shit. You see me? I'm a black man. I've been arrested for shit that I didn't even do. So once again, under the context, 9 times out of 10, I would bail him out. Then he would have to explain and tell me the truth of what happened. Now, if it happens again, then he's gonna have to sit and learn his lesson. But as a dad, as a father, I know how this system is. I've been through it. KLA says that makes sense. Never thought of that. Yeah, I question everything, especially the things that we were given in books that were given to us and told this was knowledge. You come to find out certain things weren't true. You start to question everything. Most of the time, the people that control the pen get to tell you a different story, not his story or not history. They get to tell you their story. So I question things and then try to connect the dots. It doesn't seem impossible to look at the animals we got now and all the ones that went extinct. Yes, I am Xander. Yep. The butterfly, turtles, and alligators have been here for millions of years. Yeah, that's another thing, Zon. Alligators, too. Alligators look like dragons if you really look at them. They call them reptiles and stuff like that, but they look like dragons for real. Just a different form, literally ancient creatures. But did you know in the Bible they talk about these beasts that sound like dinosaurs? Yes. And I was going to go there too, KL8, um, about the beasts that they talk about in the Bible. I didn't want to go there. They also talk about unicorns in the Bible. That's why I didn't really want to go there because unicorns is another one that they make up to make it seem like it's some fictitious creature. But the Bible talks about unicorns, a made up, said to be made up fairy tale creature. Why would a made up fairy tale creature be placed in the Bible? Now we could talk about this two ways. Maybe it's some made up fairy tale stories that are in the Bible, and that's going to shake some people about, you know what I mean? And that's why I say with religion, these Christians, there's certain things in the Bible you really need to read up on, figure it out, because they talk about unicorns in this Bible, and to us, now that we're living this life, no one has really seen a unicorn. Unicorn to us is some made up fairy tale creature. Why is it in the Bible? Oh man, I am I am Janet says platypus or crocodile are practically dinosaurs. Yeah. You know what? They act like we don't have eyes and a mind to think for ourselves. We can look and see certain things and be like, yo, you know what? Like, you really analyze things for yourself. But because I'm not no scientist, I don't have a PhD, I dropped out of college. All that, right? So me saying it is just some shit like, oh, he conspiracy theorist or he crazy or whatever the case may be. But I got common sense. Some of the shit is really common sense. You really look at certain shit, analyze, sit down and study. But people with the title of scientists, they are quick to believe. Smoke Queen says, I've been arrested on some BS. Like I'm saying, that's so it's tricky out here. It's very tricky. Once again, and I don't want to make this a racial thing, but we get profiled easily. Due process is guilty until proved innocent till proven guilty. And you see, I'm about to trip up and say because that hasn't worked for me. I've always been deemed guilty and then had to prove my innocence. That's the way it's gone for me. I was falsely arrested twice before and suing cops now. Sergeant Smith, Joe Smith, yes. So you get exactly what I'm talking about. That was a great question, though. And I'm glad you asked that because, like I said, based on what I know, how the system treats you and what you go through, I would bail my son out fast and then get his explanation afterwards. And then whatever it is, if he did it, whatever the case may be, all right, son, don't do it again. But now if I see a pattern, then he has to sit. But if his first arrest or whatever the case may be, God forbid, I have a great kid, by the way. Excellent kid. Um, but I know how the system do you. All that fake, you get a due process and stuff like that. Once when they get you, they got you. Then you have to prove your innocence. VIP, how's it going? Play a piece, bro. Going well. Going great, brother. I'm still here. I still have life. I was told last night because I took it there. I took it to a place where, you know what I mean? It could offend some. But people will have you think that you don't that you're gonna have a hard time struggling in life because of your mindset and how you move. But to the contrary, I had one of the most amazing dreams last night. Or I should say this morning. Oh my gosh. And I'm gonna get to it real fast. I'm gonna get to it real fast. I don't want to make it too vulgar, but I'm gonna get to it. But I'm doing great, VIP. I've been arrested before BS. Every time I do bad shit, I get away with it. Oh man, JD for Shizzle. Peace to you, bro. And glad that you in here and glad you sharing another one. Arrested for some BS. And it's funny. I've done some shit in my past. I've done some shit. Wasn't caught. Like the shit that I did for real that could have landed me in jail for some years. I was never caught. Now I've been, you know what I mean? I got caught up on some other shit. I'm not gonna put all my business out. I got caught up on some other stuff in my past and was arrested for it. But even in that instance, I was able to I didn't even have to get bailed out. They let me go. I just had to show up to court. That was it. And luckily it was in my city. And in my city, I don't want to. It's not a bragging thing or whatever, but because I have a sports background, they know who I am, knew who I was. It was just like we're not going to do all that to you. Just show up to court. If you don't show up to court, you know what I mean. This is what's going to happen. All right, bet. So I had a little bit of leniency because I got caught up in my city. So I got some connections, knew some people, whatever, um, and that was it. But I didn't did some shit. Was never caught. And then other time I was arrested, didn't even do the shit. False arrest. Had to eat it. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? People, if you believe in karma or whatever case may be, maybe that's karma catching up or whatever case may be. But karmic debt and shit like that, it is what it is. But this system, do you wicked, is really about it showed me if you know people, you got a little bit of power. If you don't, the system is going to try to smoke you. Me and my best friend are convinced we saw a fairy. It was white, above the size of my head, and long legs, like the wingspan. It was bigger than a bat. Damn, that's crazy. I am Xander. One of my favorite movies is Hook, Peter Pan story. Robin Williams, where he plays Peter Pan, but it's called Hook. Dustin Hoffman plays the character of Hook. If you know about that movie, um, Tinkerbell, the fairy, and one of the things is for him to get back to knowing himself as Peter Pan, the childlike figure, is to believe in fairies. That fairies exist. So I'm glad you brought that up. I am Xander. Once again, sometimes I've seen some other stuff too. Not no fairies. I've seen some shit before. Walking home from an ex girlfriend's house one time. I was in high school. I seen s- some weird creature climbing up the tree, and it hovered, not hovered, but like scaled the tree, bro. And I was in high school. Coming home from well, I stopped at my ex girlfriend's house, but I was coming from basketball practice. Stopped at her house on the way back. Then on my walk home, I seen that shit. I booked it home. Ran the rest of the way. That's when I had top tier speed in high school. high school, I booked it. Wayo Canate Canto. Wayo Canto. Hey, bro. Peace, brother. I question everything as well. I've always have, even as a child. Yes, same here. As a child, I question everything. I was always because being curious. And another thing is that as a child, um, my parents gave me the freedom to be on my own a lot. So I didn't have too many questions for them. I would always question things for myself. Being by myself, I would question things for myself. Um, Alexander, there were three kids who saw fairies. I think it was an angel, and it came back and showed to millions of people when the kids, what the kids said. JD for shizzle. Yeah, I've seen some light orbs before too. Now, that's why I say what always comes to mind when I think of fairies and those light orbs that I've seen at one point is the movie Hook and Tinkerbell, the fairy, believing in fairies. Error 404 says, "You fine with me being here if I'm not Christian, brother? You fit right in. You are in the perfect place. Trust me, brother." Rezwan, what's up, brother? Peace to you, man. Did you know that the Loch Ness Monster is a big eel that was supposed to be gone? KL8. Um, nah, I didn't know that, but that makes sense, bro. And yes, Rezwan, I do remember you, brother. Yeah, I didn't know it, but that's what it looks like a big ass eel, and that was on the map that my former coworker showed me. It was like a big ass eel in the water, but like when you really look at it, it's like a sea dragon, bro. Um, JD for Shizzle, we know more about outer space than what's in our forests and oceans. Damn. Yeah, JD for Shizzle, that's weird. Sergeant Joe Smith, what's your kid's lifelong dream to accomplish? What was yours when you were a kid? Sergeant Joe Smith, he wants to be when you were a kid, once again, I always like to tell guys, when we get older, we lose our sense of imagination. We lose parts of ourselves that are tied to our inner child, and we have to get some of that stuff back because it's tied to our imagination. We still have to imagine as adults, push ourselves to still accomplish certain dreams that we had as kids. Um, he wants to be, like kid, an athlete. He's heavy into football like I was. So he wants to make the NFL one day. He's into basketball now. It's basketball season for him. So he wants to do NBA. And I was the same way when I was a kid. Every sport that I played, whether it was baseball, football, basketball, I wanted to be in the majors. I wanted to make it to the highest point. But he's also put out there that he wants to be a scientist. He's also put out there that he wants to be a doctor. He put out there that he wants to be a car salesman. He has a vast imagination of things that he wants to do. And every time he mentions something that he wants to do, I said, you can do most of those things. Now, playing in the NFL, NBA, all at one time, um, that's that's a rarity. You feel what I'm saying? That's not a common thing. But any goal that he wants to achieve, I put that within him. I was able to make it to play semi-pro football. That's the farthest I made it. I played college football. I was able to play in games, not NBA games, but I played against top tier talent. I mentioned in another live before that I played with, and if you guys are familiar with basketball, um, the and one circuit, street ball circuit. I played with those guys before. So I've made it to certain heights sports wise that I never thought I would make it to, especially with my height. I'm only 5'8". So, I had to understand that I was only going to make it but so far with basketball. But I was able to play with the best of the best of them. And then with football, like I said, I could have kept it going further, but it was taking up too much time, putting in too much work, effort, and yeah. And they always say, your kids will excel and do better than you. So, I do my best to keep his dream alive and, feed into anything that he wants to do, whether it be, coaching his teams, supporting him with his sports endeavors, or showing up to a science fair. He had a science fair last year, man. And I shared that I had a torn Achilles, man. I showed up to a science fair on damn crutches, bro. Real talk. So I support anything that he wants to do. That's a great question, Sergeant Joe Smith. I thank you for that. What's your view on Tank Davis, Jamal Robinson? Peace to you. Um, Tank, man, he don't know how to keep his hands to himself, bro. And Little Leaf. And I'm gonna catch up to the chat a little bit, guys. But Tank Davis, yeah, I just banned him. Sorry, Joe Smith. Um, but Tank, man, Javante, bro, great fighter, great talent, but it seems that he has too many domestic violence issues, putting his hands on women, and it's dangerous when you um are a fighter like that. And so it seems like he has some underlying issues, with anger and when it has to deal with women, some probably controlling and stuff like that. Um, that's very dangerous to have when you're an elite boxer like that, man. So he has to get that, that anger right. A little bit is probably, comes from his ego. You can't control these women like that. They feed off of energy like that when they know you can't control yourself and try to get that lawsuit money. Try to get, you know what I mean? Try to get you for that bread. Try to jam you up. Sergeant Joe Smith says, I hope your son becomes a doctor that owns a car car lot someday after he becomes a college ball star. Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, listen, there's steps to it that you could do all those things in your lifetime. I hope the same thing too, brother. He's very smart. He's a very smart kid. Sorry, misspell here. I hear weird stuff happening in my kitchen. It sounds like someone moving glass containers. Damn. And one, oh yeah, you must have been cold at that time. So Zon, I wasn't like playing with those guys because the city that I come from, one of the guys, main event, Wally Dixon. I grew up in the same, or I went to high school in the same city where he's from. So I used to see him all the time. He used to come to the rec, play pickup games to the main park in our city. He used to be there when he wasn't on the road. Um so there was always a link between the city where he was from and getting us on. So, I was just so happened to be one of those, you know what I mean? I don't want to boast too much, but I had some skill, you feel what I'm saying? But Wiley, that's my guy, man. Main event. Um, he's a Linden legend. I believe I don't know if they retired his jersey in our city for high school, but yeah, being around him, playing against him, going to, you know what I mean, certain battles with him, um, was always a fun time, man, and talking shit back and forth. So he respected he respected my game for the most part, and whenever certain events happened, I was always close to the community, coaching the kids in that community and stuff like that. So when the opportunity came, I just showed out. I didn't have like crazy ball handling like that. You feel what I'm saying? But the trigger on me, very crazy, bro. I could shoot the lights out of the gym. But yeah, playing with those guys, man, was fun as hell, bro. And it was a dream for real because going from watching them on mixtapes and then actually knowing Wiley Dixon, like personally and stuff like that, smoked weed with him before, all that. You feel what I'm saying? It was cool, bro. It was cool. And then getting that opportunity, man, was definitely great. Work hard, different creatures, yeah. But what's up? Help is autocorrect. Error 404 says women are different creatures, not gonna lie. When money, status, and success gets thrown in the mix, and you have woman a woman who, because it's not all women, bro. It's not all women, but when money, success, and status is thrown in the mix, and I'm not gonna lie, Javante doesn't seem like the one to just be or have just one woman. I believe he has different baby mothers, or regardless. I know he's messing with different females. He's not married. He's out there. So with jealousy, women trying to control you, have you for their own, they'll out of desperation, they'll do a lot of things to get your attention. And if you don't conform to their way or what they're doing or to their program, it seems like a lot of women these days, they have a program as well. And if you aren't a part of their program, uh, they feel like you know what I mean? That I don't know. It's weird. It's even hard to explain. It's like you said, like they're different creatures. Creatures? Do you use the chin for do you use the chin for the beard? I don't know what that means, Skelly. Alex Walsh. Do you think Bigfoot is real? Um, I visited my ex-wife's what would you call them? Just call them my ex-wife's grandparents. They lived in Florida, Spring Hill, Florida. Um, about 15 minutes away from Tampa, Central Florida, right? And they had no reason to lie. And her husband, her grandmother, her husband at the time, this was a man of stature, like country, one of those country guys. And guys, if you know about, old school countrymen and how he is real calm, collected, spoke real, no nonsense type dude. Bro, if you know about old school guys like this, they have no reason to lie, no fibbing, no, none of that. Nobody to impress, right? They're driving us around town. They take us down the road to go to, like just showing us the area, whatever. My ex's grandmother brings up the story of one time they were driving down the road, down the same road that we're rolling down, and it's nothing but trees, woods, and it's just a long road to get into like the city part of Spring Hill, right? She brings up the story when they were driving home, the sun was just setting, It's like 7, 8, in Florida. 7, 8, 9 o'clock in Florida. The sun is setting. They're driving down the road, and she said that there was something. She was talking about the story of Bigfoot, that they seen the shit. In one jump, something jumped out of the woods in the middle of the street. Boom! It made them stop their car, like skirt, like come to a hard stop. And the shit, another jump from the middle of the street out of the woods, and then back into the other side of the woods in another leap. She turned to her husband and said, "Baby, did you just see that?" He said, "Yeah." No hesitation, no budging, no facial expression of change, nothing. Like very stern man, bro. Old school man. You feel what I'm saying? He said, "Yeah." He confirmed it. He's seen it too. So I haven't seen Bigfoot. I've seen footage of people catching it on YouTube and stuff like that on the internet. But I got told the story live and direct that they seen it down in Florida. Two leaps. One out the woods and then another back into the woods to get over to the other side. They had no reason to lie to us. They told us to be careful if we out there driving through in the night, those same roads and stuff like that, because we was getting out driving through the city. But that man confirmed it. And once again, if you know about old school grown ass men, don't know, what I mean? He ain't know us, what I mean, or whatever case may be. Doesn't One of those guys don't strike you to be no upstanding man. You feel what I'm saying? You know people's character when you meet them, like, you know. So it's out there. It's creatures that's out there. That's Man. It's scary times these days. A lot of women, not all, they will throw away their morals for the money and recognition. Yes, or to destroy another man to bring him down. If you can't have them, then they feel like the power to bring them down is within them, so they rather do that. They get notoriety for that. I was the one that brought them down. Destruction. Some of these women, not all, but the power in destroying a man is within them also, because they come from, if you really do your homework on women like that, they come from that type of background. No respect for a man for real. You do a lot of background checks on women that these guys deal with. I'm sorry to say this, but they come from that type of household where no man was around or no man to really respect, or they watch a man get disrespected in that manner. But there are still many, many good women in this world. Yes, Zon, I agree. That's why I say take your time, court them. The same test that they run on you, you got to run back on them. You got to test them. A lot of guys don't test these women. They just think, get them and have sex with them or whatever the case may be. All right, okay. RC Jaguars, peace, bro. Yo, happy to see you, brother. Jasmine Jones, peace to you. I'm glad to see you here tonight. Keno, bro, how's your mental health? My mental health is pretty good, very good. Thank you for that check-in. Thank you. What trait in a woman is most important to you? Look, like looks, booty, good cook, good job, someone you will think will be a good mommy, athletic, something else. A good trait is, man, I like to figure out a woman's mindset, where her mind is at, her goals. Of course, being attracted to her physically is something that does it for guys. But the most important thing is the mindset, especially becoming an older man. Like the mindset of a woman, where she's at. It's crazy that Keno asks about, your mental health, the mental health of these women, because all that other stuff, and of course, good cook, know how to make some money, good job, or whatever case may be. But a good mother, You know what I mean? I got to be able to trust this woman to have the mental capacity to how to deal with herself and a child. If she is still immature, an immature mindset, and I put her in a position to be a counterpart and to raise a child, man, it's not good. Uh, One thing I will say about my ex, she's a great mother, bro. But there's some things there that I question, and I've always questioned due to the mental health. So I always hope and pray that she gets that side of her right, not to put out all her business like that, but that's one of the things I've always set forth. Whatever we went through, whatever case may be, we still got a child to raise, so we co-parent. But the mental health needs to be intact for real. So I always try to check a woman's mental, see where she at mentally, what she got going for herself, her goals, her aspirations. That's very important. Coming from a person in Florida, yeah, Zion, you a Florida boy. That's a very weird place. I've seen so many things. Yeah, yeah, man. When they was telling us that story, bro, I said, "Oh, Cobart said, "Are you speaking on ghouls?" No, not speaking on ghouls. Cobart Cobart says, "I always be judging books on their covers." Do you drive a 6.0 with a six-blade turbo? No, I do not. Cobart says, "Women are fine." Yeah, the looks can get you, but so far. Once you start opening your mouth and talking and expressing yourself, Tenaz, how you doing, sweetie? Great to see you tonight. Um, yeah, the looks, the physicality thing, man, it could only go but so far. Once you get to really sit down and talk to a woman, see where her mind is at. You sound very intelligent. What kind of work do you do? Don't say company. I own my own landscaping business, Sergeant Joe Smith. Jasmine Jones, I believe they are good people left in this world. Yes, absolutely. But speaking as one of good ones, we don't trust it anymore. So we choose to be alone, and I found peace, and then came my happiness in being alone. Same here, Jasmine Jones. Aria says peace and blessings. Yes, taking that step back. I always like to call this time the great separation. A lot of people are complaining men are done with the dating game. Um, Men aren't doing this, they're doing, but it's a separation because the camaraderie between men and women, because of social media, the standards that are being put and set forth because of the showmanship of how dating life is going for some people. They're taking the trips, going on fancy dinners, people putting out there that they have the standard that they won't be caught dead going to a cheesecake factory and shit like that. Um, there there seems to be a demand. Liam Rex, the name looks familiar. I'm not too sure, brother. I'm not too sure if I remember you, but all these the mindset of women and the integrity of women is most important in my opinion. Yeah, mindset and integrity, the respect that they have for themselves is very important. Yes, I agree with that. But yeah, man, it's it's become crazy out here. A lot of guys are going overseas. Even when the passport bros and all that other stuff came out, um, then you have guys on here also who have alpha male strategies to play on these women because it's a game to be played. Because women have been playing this game with men, testing men, giving them shit tests, um, and all these different things. So now guys have caught on and have now have their own strategies on how to play on women. Shouldn't be a game out here. It's supposed to be about camaraderie, unity, coming together for the greater of good. So now there's a great separation between men and women. More men now are becoming peaceful and being alone, being by themselves, getting their own solitude because the game playing, we are done with the BS. We are looked at as we feel like we are being more looked at as a meal ticket. Women want us to provide everything. We're not your fathers. That was your father's duty. Your father was supposed to be the provider in your life and set you up to be with a man as a helpmate. Got the game twisted. I had a landscape business for 30 years. Now I just fix mowers and stuff. God bless you for doing that kind of work. Yeah, Sergeant Joe Smith, man. You already know what it is, bro. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I do a little bit of that too, fixing mowers and stuff like that. But I only take on, I've learned a lot. I've been doing it for a while. I learned a lot in the years I've been doing it. To just handle as much as I can handle, man. I try to do too much. Handle the workload as much as I can. I had helpers, but the help that I was getting wasn't it's more of a burden than actual help. I remember driving on the highway while it was raining in the afternoon. It went from raining to sunny once I crossed the city lines. Like I looked back and the rain was behind me, like the sky split. Yes, that's another thing with Florida, Zon. I'm glad you brought that up. It rained almost every day when we was down there. We was down there for like a week. Rain almost like every day. But it would rain for like maybe like 30, 45 minutes. Then it would stop. And then it would get hot as hell. And it would act like it never rained, bro. Everything would be dry as hell. That's funny, bro. That rain, that rain will always throw me for a loop. Leo Rex says, "I have a question." Yeah, shoot, bro. Everyone always has a genuine question, and then it be some BS. But go ahead, bro. Um, what is your advice? KL says, "What is your advice to know if a girl likes you?" Um, to know if a girl likes you is a couple different things. And hold on, Liam Rex. Let me answer KL8's question real fast. Eye contact, the eye contact that she makes with you. Um, read body language. If you are talking to her and she faces you and is square up with you and she mirrors how you are standing, her body language, shoulders, everything is directed towards you. Her attention, her feet is directed to you. That's another way to tell that she's attracted to you or likes you. And the third thing, if she, because there's a couple more signs, but I don't want to go too much into it. But another thing is that which one I want to give you because there's a couple good ones. Once again, pay attention to eye contact. The eyes will tell you everything, Chico. If she looks at your lips or if she's playing with her hair, all right, but her body language, you just got to pay attention, bro. If she's looking at your lips, it gives a telltale sign that she likes you. She wants to kiss you. That's what I'm saying. You really have to look and pay attention to body language. She gives everything away in her body language. She's playing with her hair, things like that. And if she's smiling while you talk, you just gotta pay attention. Don't be afraid to look at her in her eyes and watch her body language. Not looking at her body like, her legs or her breasts and stuff like that. Like just pay attention, bro. And energy. Energy will let you know everything. Liam Rex says, "Do you dead ass think it's okay to be gay or lesbian?" That's not my call, brother. I just know people, whatever someone's preference is, what they do behind closed doors in their house is their business, bro. That's none of my business, bro. When I'm confronted with anything that's outside of my masculinity, then it's not okay to me. I don't make sexual if someone makes a sexual advance at me, whether it be straight or gay, I find it disrespectful, bro. If a woman does that to me, I find it disrespectful, bro. I have boundaries. Now, if you're gay, a lesbian, and whatever you do behind closed doors, that's not I'm not one to judge a person what they do, whatever, that's their business. I'm gonna still talk to you like a human being. I'm gonna treat you like a human being, bro. You bleed, you're still gonna bleed just like I bleed. Until you cross that boundary of making an advance at me, I'm gonna politely let you know it's not okay. And this goes for men and women. I had to kick a lady out here, or said to be woman out of here, because it's too much. I find it disrespectful. I respect myself and my body. I just don't give that away to anybody. I've changed a lot as an older man. Jasmine Jones. I only have a email. This YouTube is for entertainment, and to see the hate even on here is just crazy. So I just try to spread love and support whenever I can on here. Yes, Jasmine Jones, I appreciate that. Yeah, someone asked me for my Instagram and stuff like that yesterday, trying to shoot they shot. Um, and like I said, it's one thing to try to get to know me better and stuff like that, especially off the internet. I'm very wary on stuff like that, but I only share my email up front. You feel what I'm saying? That's first of all. But if I catch you in person, like if it's a face to face interaction, like if I actually catch you in person, because I don't know who people are for real, so I'm not out here trying to date off of YouTube. But if you're interested, people can reach out to me through email, and then I'll vet you through the email, and then we go from there. But with people trolling, with all the hate, um, people just doing whatever just to be negative, try to get your attention. Um, it's not cool, bro. It's not cool on here. I mean, it's cool for me because it's all, what I mean, it does what it does for the for the content and stuff like that. But it's weird. It's a weird space. And yeah, once again, with this internet stuff, man, you gotta play it safe. Joe Smith says that's very true. That is exactly how I feel about that. No games. I'm tired. Yeah. Tenaz says, just listening to you. Tenaz, I always appreciate it. Um, but yeah, with the games, the tests, and this is the thing. I don't mind certain tests, right? Because you have to test the person that you with to make them to know what you're dealing with. If this person, um, if I put them in this situation, how are they going to respond? You don't want to wait till a hard time to find out that you have a weak person that you're dealing with. Once again, I like my space and solitude. I have boundaries as well. I always like to go off in my own world. So if you are clingy, that's something I can't deal with. If you're a clingy female, so it's not like I do it on purpose to test you. If I need my space, I need my space. That's it. It's not a game. It's not a test for real. But I will do it to see how you respond to it. You give me that time and that space, and I see, all right, then she's not needy like that for my time and attention. She's not clingy because that's a turn off for me. Someone who's so too clingy like that, or always needy for attention, I can't do it, but for so long because I value my solitude and my peace for myself. It's not to say I need to get away from this woman or whatever case may be that shows signs of insecurity. Employees are worthless. You can't find an employee worth a living wage. Went through thousands. Yeah, Sergeant Joe Smith. Yeah, it's a struggle to find good help, man. People you can trust also. Another Joe Smith says, I hate when that happens. It'll rain in your front yard and not in your backyard. That's funny as hell. And when it's done, the sun comes out and it feels like you're in the sauna. Yes, it used to get hot. Where my ex's grandparents, they actually had a pool and stuff in their backyard, and it was covered too, but it was like a not a net covering. It was like that different covering, but the rain would still get through. But it's just funny that as soon as like it'll start raining, it'll get hot, we'll just go back outside and jump right in their pool. So it was okay. It was bearable. But it always rain in the afternoon though in that area. Like always rain early. That was a good part. It'll rain early, but then it'll get crazy hot. I love Florida though. Florida's dope. I've Zahn says I've heard they had a heart machine in Florida. but I don't know it to be true. I wouldn't be surprised though because how the weather be so up and down. Yeah, that's possible. That heart program is something else, bro. And if you know about St. Louis too, that arc, the arc in St. Louis, they say that's something like a portal of some sort. I don't know. I remember just like hearing a conspiracy theory about it. I didn't really do too much research on it, but that arc is like something that's like, why is that there? Like, it's just a random monument in St. Louis. What is it used for? Why is it there? What is the real meaning of it? Sergeant Joe Smith and says, I was paying 1,500 a week in 2008 and a 130 an hour now. Damn, man, that's what's up, man. KL8, you're welcome, brother. Son, you're probably right. You want to surprise me? Yeah, Zon, that's Brittany Remy. Oh, excuse me, Brittany Marie Slack. Great to see you tonight, sis. Peace to you, love. Always good to see you. Um, oh boy, Cuppy Yuppie. This is another one who always come in here spamming, bro. Hey, how do you feel about Epstein Files? On my way to the moon. Epstein Files, it has a lot of your celebrities on there. When that joint came out years ago, just a bunch of names on the list being accused of doing what exactly though? Is anybody being accused of doing anything, or they just are confirmed of being names on a list? To me, it's a distraction from what's really going on. Every now and then, you get distractors. For letting me know about the thing to know about interest. Oh yeah, yeah. KLA. I hope that helped out. Those little things. Once again, Cubby Yubby, you going. Once again, bro, it's very important to notice body language and the eyes, the eye contact. They can hold eye contact with you. You holding eye contact with them. You got them. Um, none of you business. You control your dreams. All right, none of your business. And this is the thing. I'm going to get you out of here. How are you going to tell me what's going on in my own head in my dream world? I was about to share a dream that I had just last night because a lot of people think with my free mind and my free will that I have a hard time sleeping or I have a hard time being with myself because I don't conform to no bullshit. I had a sex dream last night. Very vivid. I enjoyed it very much. That's what I'm saying. I sleep like a baby because when you live your truth, speak your truth, and the truth sets you free, you get to rest very peacefully. Man, this is no cap, no bullshit. Tenaz says, you're welcome. Good advice you're giving out to the people. I appreciate that. Yoshi Escobar, can I ask a question? Go ahead. Yeah, Sergeant Joe Smith, I had to get them up out of here. Yoshi Escobar says, what do you think you take what do you think takes longer? Snail climbing the biggest building? A snail climbing the biggest building or a cheetah running the Great Wall of China? I don't know what kind of question is that, brother. I'm just gonna guess and say snail climbing the tree, bro. Jeannie Doe says the Ark is an observation tower. There are elevators that take you to the top. I would like to go to St. Louis to see that, to experience that. Thank you, Jeannie Doe, for explaining that. I never knew really what the purpose of that was. I just remember hearing that it was some type of portal. Observation tower. That's it's pretty interesting. I would like to go to St. Louis. small two-person elevators. I would like to go and experience that and see what's going on over there. I subscribed. I'm really glad. Hey, I thank you, Sergeant Joe Smith, man, for that. Met you a fellow landscaper tonight. Much respect to you. I even told my girlfriend Coney Lingus about you. I appreciate that, brother. Thanks for the sub, man. Um, KL8 says because there has been a couple girls that it's just got me thinking. Yeah, KL8, tell us about the sex dream. Very vivid. Yeah, it was very yeah, it was very vivid. Yeah, it was in the shower and everything. It was crazy. It was crazy a little bit. And when you are able to control your dreams and yeah, too vivid, very vivid. I, I'm not tiptoeing around the dream, bro. Trust me, I'm not tiptoeing. It's just, and it reminded me because earlier in the live, I said I had a dream to share, and then some dummy came in here and was like, "You don't know how to control your dreams and stuff like that, or whatever. No free will, brother." Dream I had last night. After everybody last night was telling me, am I asking me, "Are you good in life? Are you doing this? Are you because I don't do the religion stuff, so I must have a hard time uh living life or enjoying my." And I told him, I said, listen, it's crazy because I told him, I said, listen, whenever I get off of this live, I'm going to go to sleep very comfortably tonight. I don't lose no sleep. I may stay on here till 7, 8 in the morning. It don't matter. When I finally turn this off, shut down, eat my breakfast, go to bed, I'm very comfortable with in myself, the things I've done, my study, my knowledge that I've learned. You can call me whatever you want. I got a demon in me, whatever. Okay, all right, I'm good. You're trying to convince me of something else is not going to work. And lo and behold, I had one of the best dreams I've had in a while. And KL8, that's good, man. There's a couple girls that got you thinking. Yeah, you just got to stay observant, bro, and use your discernment. And once again, don't jump into something too quickly. Um, you know, vet these women accordingly. Get to learn them, their mind state, and stuff like that, and get to know the difference between the two. All women aren't the same, so it's good that it's multiple girls that you're talking to. You get to, see the difference between the two and make a decision. Um, yeah, OG Kicks. That's why you tiptoed around the dream. Divine F Empress, PCU says, switch it up. Why? What did I switch up? Divine F Empress. No smecks. Finally, a normal person with a normal stream instead of litany of rejected cartoon characters or debauchery. Brutal Kingdom, peace to you, man. I appreciate you for being here. Peace for the love of God. Stay normal and remain the breath of fresh air that we need. I appreciate that. Yeah. I don't do no wild stuff. I don't do no wild stuff on my streams. I like to talk to the people, get to know the people, spread some knowledge, have some fun, talk about interests and stuff like that, man. Every now and then we dive into spirituality and stuff like that. But I keep the peace. I don't do anything outside of my body for anything. I'm not here for that. My F member says why. I had a dream about my Narc X. And Divine F Empress, I actually listened to some of your shorts. Shouts out to you. I subscribe to your channel. Keep pushing with your shorts and your content. But peace, love. I'm glad that you in here tonight. Um KO8 says, yes, please stay normal. Hey man, I'm trying to stay as as normal as I can. it's rare to be normal. I don't want to ask what happened after the dream. Oh no, after the dream, I woke up, turned over. I was like, man, had a huge smile on my face, and I went back to sleep. I ended up waking up from that dream because it gets intense. Dreams like that, for real, they get intense for real. Of course, I tried to stay in the dream as long as I could, but you know how the dream world is. And the thing about this dream was, now a while back, a couple lives ago, I expressed that I had a dream about an ex, introducing the ex wanting to have sex with me in the dream, and I declined. So that's what I was trying to say. Like, I had the power to say no, I'm good. So I had the power to say no, I'm good. And but the thing was that this time, this was somebody. This was somebody I didn't. Yeah, it was one of those dreams. This was somebody I didn't recognize. I didn't know. It wasn't an ex. It wasn't someone that have seemed to met before. This was a new. This was something new in this dream, and to my liking. So yeah, I had to go. I'm chilling in my waking life. I don't have to deal with no problems, or no stress or no backlash in my waking life. So when you in that dream state, you know, take advantage. Brittany Marie Slack says, yeah, he seemed like a good when compared to all these other live streamers. That's a fact. And I appreciate the love, guys. And Divine F Empress, I'm having an error showing this message. It held it for review, but I'm gonna read it in real life. Okay, I got you. My Empress, you was just expressing something that happened in your dream. For some reason, it's not letting me show that, but I got you. Um, Brittany Marie Slack says, I like how it got you smiling like that. Yeah, because when it's one of those things that KLA, it was a sex dream that I had, and it was one that I was very um happy to take this time. This time I was happy to take part in. The last time I had a near sex dream, it was an ex of mine that it was a no go, and I refused it. I said, "No, I'm good. I'm all right. You can hold on to that." But yeah, last night it was one of those. It was a good one. It was a happy dream, if you ask me. I was being asked about nightmares and this and that. I had someone else tell me that they was going to show up to my door and get me tonight, whatever the case may be. Something that came and got me this morning, for sure. um, Stuff I've seen tonight, the first time I've ever gone through YouTube streams has been a scarring experience. Brutal Kingdom, man. It's I came across a stream, right? And hold on, let me catch up to the chat real fast. Saved by Love says, I have ripped my dream world and have go a new one. I control my dreams almost every night. KLA says, what happened? A lot of people want to know what happened. Anyway, guys, Godspeed. I appreciate that. Brutal Kingdom. King King of Doom, my bad. Yeah, I seen last night, brother. Divine Vipers. Remember the movie The Crowd? Mr. We Are Weirdos. God says vivid dreams are probably the best type of dreams. It's like we're awake but in the dream world. Yeah, it was very vivid. That's another thing too. Like it wasn't anything like it was a sex dream. We was having sex in the shower. It was crazy. I could feel the water hitting me. No bullshit. Like it's crazy when you're able to dream and you can like feel the difference between like when you dream and you just like wavering through the dream, if you will, but like actually holding on to stuff, having stuff like hit you, the water dripping, like it was wild. It was crazy. It's very crazy. And I could, all right, I'm a chill. Um, Say by Love says I had a vision of getting shot in the face. Yeah, I've had dreams like that too in the past. People shooting at me. Someone got me caught up, and I was in the backseat of a car and tried to shot me in the face, and had to wake up, jumped up out of my sleep, bro. Divine F Empress says so. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Definitely had to check you out. Um, on these YouTube streets, whoever's doing content on YouTube, if you have a channel, please let me know, and I'll go over there, subscribe, and check your content out. It's only right if you here on my lives and showing support to me. Um, I just see the screen names and stuff like that. So if you let me know you got something going on this YouTube platform, let me know. Of course, staying in the dream is important to get the full experience. Yeah, I stayed in long enough. I know that much. Do those dreams count when it comes to retention? I didn't release anything. I woke up fine. No leakage, no. I don't want to be, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be too graphic or anything, but yeah, I'm still retaining. I didn't, you know what I mean? That retaining is holding on to your life force energy. None of my life force energy left my body. I was just in a dream state. I seen you in my dream last night, bro. Oh, you see me? You see me in a dream state, bro? Y'all funny though. Y'all funny as hell. Bro, what is going through your head? Bro, listen, I didn't go into the dream state with that intention, bro. I was legit tired after getting off the live last night. I had some breakfast, had some eggs, sunny side up, and then I went to bed, bro. Then I had a visit. I had a visit, man. You sure you're not dream walking? Um, Dream walking? Maybe, maybe not. All I know is whatever it is, I had a good time. I had a good time sleep. I slept so well. My girlfriend thanks for mentioning her earlier is Sergeant Joe Smith, man, you funny as hell. OG Kick says 100%. Yeah, man. KL8 says, what is that? What is what exactly? Jackson 4. I have dreams of flying and lifting shit with my mind. I even practice. What even is what even is sex? ALA, how old are you, bro? ED Fixing. You gotta be playing around about billions. The most vivid dream I had was laying on a cold floor. His cops was his cops were running sound around. Okay. But they didn't get me. KO8, man, you can't be serious right now. You said what is sex, bro? Sex is let me chill. Um Strange. Sergeant Joe says I have a channel. What's your channel on, bro? Why you Say by Love says my only out of body experience was seeing like a good light around me. When I looked down, there was a black ball and I got launched into it and back where I'm at. Yeah, a lot of people be having, you know what I mean, some out of world, out of experience dreams. I used to actually project a lot when I was younger. So weird. I was just talking about this yesterday. Funny screen name, bro. Okay, I'm ready to go. Peace to you. We're gonna start to get up some of these trolls. KLA, how old are you? A lot of my dreams, I'm running from something. And Saved by Love, that's another thing too. You can't have a great stream. I'm going to bed. Good night. Hey, have a great night, T Naz. I appreciate you for always coming through. And Saved by Love, that's another thing with the dream state. KLA, you gotta tell me how old you are. That's classified. Then I can't tell you what sex is. If you don't know, then you gotta go find out somewhere else. I'm not gonna release that information to you if I don't know your age. Because you asking a question that I think you should know. If you up 1 a.m. right now, my time, I'm on the East Coast. If you up 1 a.m. right now, I'm hoping that you are an adult. And if you are not, then you need to go to bed. But that's cool though. Um, Tinaz, I appreciate you. And say by love in a dream state. I'm not no said. A lot of my dreams, I'm running from the government. Not gonna lie. Anything that you're running from in the dream state, that means you have something to address. That's what I've come to learn. I'm not no someone tried to say you're not no prophet. I never claimed to be a prophet or anything, but I do know a little bit about interpreting certain dreams just based off my experience in the dreams that I had, right? There's something about fear within you that you do have. If you're always running from something, especially if it's, what I mean, no matter what of it, if it's the agency, then that's on you. But there's something with fear and running, and you have to address it in the dream state. What I noticed was whenever I would come across something in my dream state, whether if I recognized it as a demon or a monster or running from something, like you saying, any type of agent or whatever the case may be in the dream state, I've learned to stop running, turn around, and fight it. Whatever it was, whether it was monster, demon, agent, police, whatever. I stopped running and said no. Because at that point, it feels like you're out of control in your dream and something's coming after you. I got tired of running in my dream from whatever it was that was chasing me or coming after me. I got tired of being shot at in my dreams, feeling like something was out to get me. So I stopped running. I turned around, addressed it, and started to fight back, started to whoop ass. I'm dead serious. You can't be scared. Straight up. How do you feel about the Bermuda Triangle? Do you feel like that's a portal? Because I was just about to say that everything that disappears there never gets found. I was just about to say that, Zon. I believe that's a real life portal. Now, I don't know what happens on the other side of that portal, what's going on, but exactly what you said, it's been confirmed that when things go through that Bermuda Triangle, they disappear. No trace, bro. Of, what I mean? Certain whatever. I hate to hide information like that, but it's out there. What would you do if your best friend acted zesty and tried doing something bad to you? Um, he wouldn't be a friend no more. My best friend tried to do something zesty with me. We're not friends anymore because, once again, boundaries, respect. That means you have a lack of respect for me. So not only have you crossed, excuse me, not only have you crossed out of bounds of disrespecting me, and because obviously you my best friend, you know what I'm about, and you have manipulated your way and got comfortable enough to feel like you can try me, and with that, you disrespected me. You manipulated a situation to be my friend, pose as a friend, just to try to get up something out of me. So we're not really friends no more at that point. And to try me like that in that manner, yeah, we're not friends anymore. You cross the boundary, try to violate. That's violation, bro. Straight like that. You can't dream of a person you never seen before. It's like one on one. Jeannie Doe, I didn't recognize this person. Beautiful black girl, by the way. Sim Like not recognized, but I've never met this person. Semi recognizable face, but I haven't met I've had dreams where I haven't recognized people. I've never seen people in certain dreams, and one dream in particular, I'm gonna let you know this right now, Jeannie Doe. Um, One dream that I had where I was in a place that wasn't there yet. I don't want to say too much. And I recognized a person, but I didn't recognize the person that they were with. You follow? Come probably a couple months later, I get placed in that said place, felt like it was deja vu, and here comes the person walking through the door with the person that I didn't recognize. Comes to find out it was the person's mother. I never met the person's mother, but I seen her in a dream that I had, and when I seen her, I recognized her that day. Wallahi, on my mother and father's grave. So your theory of you can't dream of a person that you've never seen before is not psych 101. Your science and all that other shit is not all the way 100%. They teach you in some shit you can't be taught in books. Some things go beyond what man has put down in the books. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. That's all you got to do. I did in one dream, I flew into a building and was running from I definitely want to get to the point in my dreams to where I notice and stop running or trying to escape. Yeah. Running, trying to escape, that's one of the things that'll really get you over the hurdle of facing fears and also controlling your dreams. That's when you know you have full control. You're getting control. Not full control, you're getting control. Then you're working on getting full control. The more tap in, really tap in. Those holes fire. Um, Sometimes I cover myself in all right, bro. All right, let me get some of these trolls out here as I to catch up to this chat. Oh, almost almost did some BS just now. Say by love. I have a gay dude keep asking me, even though I said no. Then you need to excommunicate him. It's becoming sexual harassment at this point. If that's going on, say by love. You can't give nobody no outs right now. Just because whatever it is, bro. Droppy bean. What the heck? Oh yeah, no, I got him up out of here, KL. Um, Jeannie Doe, you could say, but I'm trying to tell you, Jeannie Doe. I literally had a dream about somebody's mother that I never met, never seen in my life. And I had a dream that I was in a place. I gotta say the story again, just to let you know And you could be right. Maybe a face I seen in a crowd somewhere before. Maybe. But I'm going to tell you a fact of a dream that I had. Had a dream. Months before I was actually placed in the store, I had a dream or a vision that I seen this said person. Now I knew the person, but I never met their mother. But I had a dream that I seen the person walk through a door with someone I never recognized, never met, never seen her. Months later, I'm in that said store, and I had deja vu in that moment. Like, damn, I've been here before. Not till it hit me when I seen the person walk through the door, and I said, "Oh shit, this not even this. I don't even know if that counts as deja vu." But now I started to understand what was happening. Then I looked at that person, and I looked at the person that they were walking with. And I said, "Huh, this person's mother. I've never met their mother before. Never seen her, but I recognized her from my dream." Can Psych 101 explain that? So I'm trying to tell you, some things are divine. What man writes in books, not all of it stands true when you're working with the divine. Trust in the divine and believe in the divine. Period. Don't trust and believe me. Trust in the divine and believe in the divine. That's what I meant by saying trust and believe. I got you, Genie, though. Yeah. Not your theory. Just said via stories. Not your saying. Listen, give you a live account. Live account. That's wild to see into the future. Lets me know that we are truly gods within self. I use other people. Now he for real use other people to ask. It's just disrespectful. Yeah, say about love is harassment at this point. All right, I'm in the fifth, maybe. I don't know what that means. KL8. I have deja vu almost every every not every day. Same I have where I recognize. Oh shoot. Okay, I'm caught up to the chat a little bit. Yeah, I'm caught up. Sergeant Joe Smith says favorite pizza toppings. Man, I used to love pepperoni. I'm not going to even front to you. I used to love pepperoni, but I stopped eating pork. Um, fifth grade. Yeah, right. Um, and Tommy T Bone Davis. What's up, dude? What's good, brother? I'm doing great tonight. I looked at the time. It's past midnight, so it's technically a new day. But I used to love pepperoni. But I stopped. I cut back on the pork for real. For real. Just just as a health precaution, it doesn't really give too many health benefits to it, and that's the type of kick that I'm on now. Um, it's more of an intake for health benefits. Yeah, says I love pepperoni. Yeah, it's maybe as a cheat meal in the future, I'll probably have some pepperoni. It's not a religious thing or whatever case may be, but it is more just being more cleaner with the intake of pork. I recently did a cleanse also, and a lot of stuff was coming out. And that's the thing, like pork, it does like it's protein and stuff like that, but I wasn't. It's just the way I feel after eating it. I feel clogged. I feel like shit is clogged in me after I eat pork and stuff like that. Like I don't feel right. I just don't feel right. So yeah, it gives me a weird feeling now. So I cut back on it. But so I usually go for Steak, I like to get like a Philly cheesesteak type style pizza when I do get toppings, or I just go with plain. Best place to get a burger. I'm on the East Coast. Five Guys. Yeah, but I don't eat it anymore, even though I love it. Yeah, yeah. I cut back on the pork for real. I don't eat pork anymore because man, bacon pork belly. Yeah, yeah. Pork is not good for you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know. Like I've honestly, like for real, I feel like shit after. I don't feel right after. So yeah, I cut back on it. But pepperoni is decent topping for pizza. I'm able to eat it, get through it or whatever. I guess I gotta be active after. Like I can't sit on it. I started to feel like shit. Um, Sergeant Joe Smith says best place for fries. I like McDonald's fries when they done right. But yes, and Jeannie Doe, once again, sometimes our experience and what we go through, right? Not to say every unfamiliar face is not a testament to your studies or whatever the case may be, but I just know one of the dreams I had, it's no explanation for that. Beef and fish, yeah. That's why I gotta go shoot up to the grocery store. I might go tomorrow, maybe over the weekend. I gotta get some fish. It's just been chicken and beef this week for me. Need to get some fish. What is marlin jerky? That's fish? Fish jerky? Just a bit of interesting information and theories. Yeah, and but this a thing, Jeannie Doe. I've heard that theory before that even if you see people that you don't recognize in a dream or whatever case may be, they could be um people that you might have seen in a crowd or you eventually seen them somewhere. But once again, after I had that dream, I said, all right, okay, there's no anything. Anything is possible. Swordfish jerky. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, marlin is crazy. That sounds good. Hey, bro, what is good? Short sentence for what is that? Portage? I don't know what that is. Yeah, Jenny, though, that's more. Once again, it's going beyond. It's going beyond just a regular dream world. At that point, that's what I chalk it up to. It's something because yeah. And once again, I don't really share. Well, obviously, I shared that with the internet, so it's on here. It's going to be documented, recorded, but I shared it with a person too. But that feeling the whole time I was in that said store was surreal. Like I felt something like coming. You feel what I'm saying? Like once again, like I felt like I was experiencing deja vu, but it wasn't quite deja vu. It was just once again like that feeling like yo, I've been here before. That's what I was saying to myself. I was standing in line, waiting, and I just had something come on. Like yo, I feel like I've been here before. Then moments later, seconds later, here comes a person through the door. I said, "Oh shit." Mind you, the person that walked through the door, I didn't speak to him or see him in months, months, years. It was actually probably like almost a full year since I seen the person. But probably about a couple weeks before, months before, I had a dream about the person and their mother. Then that happened. Trippy. They gotta be caught, fresh caught. Yeah, Say by Love. Sushi is definitely the shit. I definitely enjoy. Me and my son, we all the time. That's what he likes to get when we're out. And we have like a ShopRite, a Wise supermarket. They have sushi. Wise, it's okay. But Marlin sounds dope though. Sergeant Joe Smith says, uh, I tried to go back up to see. Okay, you had retracted your message. Jersey Mike's, Firehouse, Subway, Glimpsies or Blimpy. I think you meant Blimpies. Poke the best for real too. Yeah, Poke is good. Um, I'm back. I asked because I'm doing homework, but it got to be the way it's done here. Yeah, Blimpies. You retracted the message again. I don't know if that was the last sandwich spot that you put there. I Blimpies was I don't know if they're still around. I remember when I was in you can retype it, but I used to mess with Blimpies. Hell, 8 man, you bugging. Uh, I used to mess with Blimpies over everything. But that was before Jersey Mike's time though. But Blimpies used to be my favorite sandwich spot over Subway and all that other stuff. And that's just because I don't know. I mess with Jersey Mike's. And but in my area, there's no Blimpies. I'm in Pennsylvania now, so they don't have Blimpies out here. But I remember Firehouse is what you said. Okay, yeah, Firehouse, Blimpies, Subways, Jersey Mike's. I had Firehouse subs before. They're pretty good. We about to get a Sonic. Yeah, I have a Sonic in my area. When I used to live in Jersey, there was a Blimpies in the area, and that's where I would go to. But it got closed down. A lot of Blimpies ended up getting closed down over the years, so they're not as popular as now as they used to be. But Subway is it's all right. But Jersey Mike's will have to be the pick for now. But if there was more Blimpies still in business, it would be Blimpies for me. Hold up. KL8 says, "Do you accept white people on here?" Of course, I accept everybody on here. Yeah, Zon. Uh, Zon says, "I remember when Subway's tuna was making people come down with food poisoning." Yeah, I don't know what they had going on. Somebody said I look like Teddy Pendergrass Jr. That's funny as hell. That's a good one, Mr. S. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I accept everybody on here, man. It's not a color thing with me per se. I will sometimes talk about race, but it's not a. I'm not going to turn you back. Saved by Love. Saved by Love says, well, you first said we're about to get a Sonic and the occult. I don't know what that means. Seki Mama, peace to you. Um, North Father spread, negative vibrations just Sergeant Joe Smith says I got food poisoning eating my girlfriend's tuna. Yeah, that I remember when that happened. It turns you away from Subway, period, because you wonder what else is going on with all that. But I definitely remember that, and yeah, it's sketchy, sketchy dealing with these places and their how they handle food. It's tricky. Riola's nature. Appreciate the floating heart. Appreciate the love and the gift. Merps. He says, "What do y'all think about God?" Merps. It looks like it's your first time here tonight. I'm gonna let you ride for right now, but tonight is not the night. I will get you up out of here if it's any Jesus talk. Sorry, it's one thing I'm not doing tonight. I put for a word sentence. She's unpredictable. Mr. S says, "Yeah, I don't eat fish unless it's homemade." Yeah, look into Northern Soho, Saved by Love. Um, where you located, Saved by Love? Northern Soho. Is that what you in New York or something like that? But yeah, Mr. S. Oh yeah, I have a that's the place I was thinking about. A Wawa next to me. They make pretty good sandwiches too. Um, when it comes to tuna though, for some reason I try not to order tuna from other. I live in the Pacific. Okay, I try not to get tuna from the outside. Um, and that's crazy because I think that comes from that Subway stuff, bro. I think that comes from Subway. But why I'll get their tuna because it's said to be made fresh. I think more places now are making it fresh for real. But I'd rather make my own tuna at home for real. That's a fact. Yeah, same here, Zon. Like I like if I'm really in the mood for tuna because I love fish, bro. So I really got to be in the mood for tuna for real to be to be willing to take that risk to eat it from another establishment. But I think it comes from that, you know, that Subway food poisoning shit, bro. Whatever they did, where they mishandled it, I really couldn't. Yeah, I think it traumatized me. I don't know. That's crazy that you brought that up. But Wawa, for the most part, they're pretty safe. They always making their stuff fresh. Um, so every now and then, if I do get tuna, but I haven't got tuna from the outside in a minute. The last time I got it, I think I got it. It was with my son. We was coming from a football tournament. He had a football tournament, and I think that's the last time we got tuna. And that was from Wawa. I trust Wawa. Um, I'm gonna just say this before I dip. You don't have to read it out loud. See? And I hope you dipped already because you're blocked. I'm not gonna read it all or nothing. I told see that's the thing about and that's why I said I'm not doing it, bro, because y- those people don't listen. They don't listen. They have no respect, bro. Someone tells you, listen, we're not doing that tonight. We having a cordial conversation. We talking about everything that we can all relate to. We don't have to go there. That's why I didn't want to do it tonight. Creole's Nature says, you use beard oil? Castor oil, coconut oil. I use jojoba oil. I use from time to time. Um, so yeah, I use different oils depending on if I need it or not. It's just based on, if I need to, detangle it out, I use the coconut oil. Castor oil is a thicker oil, so to make it, thicker, fuller, I use the castor oil. But one thing, if you're trying to grow a beard, for real, is aloe. Use aloe too, moisturizer. And I have a good Scotch Bonner has a good beard conditioner as well to keep your beard conditioned. I use that. But aloe to get your skin underneath the skin right, cleanse it. It's a natural cleanser as well. I use that on my face and on my skin too as well. Who's heard of Jack in the Box? Yeah, I've heard of Jack in the Box. That's on the West Coast though, ain't it? The tuna I eat is always red cubes. Oh, you must. Yeah, yeah. I get you with that. Yeah, you said the canned tuna ain't really it. I mean, we talking about that can. You know what I mean? Quick canned tuna. You know what I mean? Quick little sandwich. So I said, yeah, that's definitely got me really skeptical. And I've worked in the fast food industry before, so I know how they get down. Damn. Bob the Builder says, hi, peace. Bob the Builder. Oh man. Soda Pops says, do you smoke za or crack? I don't smoke. Za, I've been 3 months now, no weed. Bob the Builder says, you remember me? Not really. I think you came. I think I recognize the name a little bit. Did you do coke? No. Mm-mm. I think I just woke up, guys. I think I might be coke. KO eight. Say by Love says I got a fat aloe bush. Yeah, I used to have an aloe plant too. It got destroyed at my old apartment. KO eight says he thinks his mom woke up. All right, bro. Say by Love. Damn. Yeah, that is a huge aloe plant. And who's somebody? Oh yeah, Bob the Builder. Nah, that doesn't ring a bell. The name just seems the name just looks familiar. And once again, we're not doing that. Bob the Builder. No, I was not. So for that, I'm telling you, I'm not playing that shit tonight. That's how. This is how serious I'm taking it now. You thought I was playing. Now it's been some time elapsed, and then think I forgot, or I'm about to go down that road. Not tonight. Maddie Marquez, as a Bible verse, you don't even know if you'll be alive tomorrow. For all you are is a mist that appears for a little while and then disappears. James 4:14. God bless. God bless you. Maddie Marquez. I'll accept that. Tread lightly. Tread very lightly about where this is going. So if I see that name in here anymore tonight, it is getting up going. I've said what I needed to say last night and I'm done with it. I'm done. So come on so I can keep on getting people out. Shit's cool. Love you guys. I'm gonna sleep early tonight. Thanks for the good vibes. Hey, Save I love. It's always great to see you in these lives. And keep your head up. Keep the positive vibes too flowing. Keep the frequency flowing. Keep the energy good. Have a great night. I'll see you in the next one. Brenton Dukes, you back in here. It says tread lightly. Lee. I wasn't here last night. Yeah, I mean, I was on a live stream yesterday into the wee hours of the morning. And I feel like I've talked enough about that deity. So I'm not doing it tonight. Enough was talked about it yesterday. So that's why I said what I said earlier. Like, I'm not doing that tonight. How long is this going? Well, last night I was on for 9 hours. Ended up being a 9 hour live stream. So that's why I'm saying, like, once when that energy is exhausted, I'm not going back to the same shit because it's going to turn into back and forth. And I'm not doing that. See, people don't know how to control themselves when it comes to that. So if they want to do that, you're going to get up going. Because I'm not doing that. Tonight, I'm not going to be on here that long tonight. It's not going to be a 9 hour stream again. But I'm on here. I'm on here for, you know what I mean, a little while. I love staying up on these lives for an extended period of time. A lot of people come through and there's more topics to be talked about, more things that we go on, but maybe for a couple more hours. Usually I wait till my phone starts to go completely dead. But I come on here to give a chill vibe. We could chill, we could talk, wherever it is. You want to talk conspiracies, theories? Spirituality is what I'm into. All that other stuff and trying to convert people and trying to confuse people and trying to brainwash the people. Come on. You're not doing that. Sergeant Joe Smith says, favorite board game as a kid. Hey buddy, I pranked you a couple times, but I only do that to people I like and my friends. Yeah, I peeped some of the stuff you were saying, Sergeant Joe Smith. Favorite board game? As a kid, man. As a kid, my favorite board game would probably be checkers. And as I was growing up, my favorite board game is chess. Brandon Duke says, "Yep, enough." Armando Perez, peace to you, man. He says, "I have the same energy for 6 a.m." I mean, I ended up catching the second win because everybody thinks they know more than you when it comes to just their religion. But when you don't conform to a religion, you actually end up finding out that you have more to offer because you're not stuck in one book. And that's it. Then when you try to introduce people the knowledge of anything outside of that one book, they'll still refute you and tell you that you're wrong when the evidence is put right in front of their face. So there's no point. It's no point no more. Armando says, "You play any sports?" Not anymore. I'm retired. I might play pickup basketball again, maybe in the near future. But I have a sports background and I have a sports background in football. Farthest I've taken it was semi-pro football and basketball. Kelly A says, "But I usually go to bed at 4 a.m." Yeah, I'm up pretty late nowadays. I go to bed at any time around that time. But now that I've been coming on doing these late lives, however you want to say it, it all depends on where these topics go and where it goes to. I'm able to stay up longer. That's cool, bro. I personally don't believe in spiritual stuff or religious stuff. Mondo Perez says that's cool. I like theories. KO UF Al J says UFO. And Armando Perez, I'm not here to convert you to anything. So whatever you believe in or don't believe in, it's not my duty to convert you to what I believe in. That's perfectly fine with me. I'm just glad you're here, brother. Hit the like. As you guys come in, hit the like. You look like Kevin Byard. I don't know what Kevin. I know who that is, but I don't know how he looks. He's a football player, and that's the thing with me and how I roll. You could tell me you don't believe in spirituality. You could tell me you don't believe in spiritual stuff. It's not my duty to convert anyone. Just have a free mind. Open your mind. I'm not here to make you believe in what I believe in or force you into anything. I checked your channel out. Okay. Danny Lockett, peace to you. Hope everyone's had a good week so far. Broad board. Appreciate you for that. Thank you. Kenny, what's your favorite classic car? I got a 94 Trans Am, man. Favorite classic car? Pontiac Grand Am. I know something about sports. I know nothing about sports really. That's cool. KL8. You don't have to know anything about sports. We can talk, you know what I mean? And I don't just because you don't know anything about sports, it's just a topic. It's just a topic to talk about. It ain't end all be all to anything and everything. You know what I mean? We're not all meant to have the same the same interests. But I like shooting games. Yeah, I like shooting games as well. Call of Duty, one of my favorite shooting games. TODM. Armando Perez, do you believe in the alien pyramid conspiracy? Um, Alien pyramid conspiracies, like the aliens created the pyramids. There's a bunch of conspiracies, theories, and stuff like that of of who had dealings with the pyramids. I believe those people of the ancient times had a lot of dealings with those pyramids, and now the people want to diminish the work of those ancient people to say that something outside of that did the work. So that's actually taken away from the ancient people in their actual work. So no, I don't believe in that. I believe actual people did that work and they put that conspiracy in place to diminish the work of those said people. That's what I think about it. I own Call of Duty Black Ops. Sports, Lawrence Taylor, top five of all time. Go blue, Kenny says. Hey, I mess with Lawrence Taylor, and he's definitely top five. I agree with that. I don't got no problem with that. I'm not a Giants fan either, but I agree with that. I know, like, when it comes down to sports, like, I'm a sports fan, for real, for real. I have my favorite teams and stuff like that, for real. But One thing I don't do, you can't refute great talent. Lawrence Taylor is one of those ones, top five all time football. But when you want to talk about football players, period, and at a time where the sport in the '80s, how he played, and what the sport was, yeah. A best drink on the planet Earth. Excuse me. Elias, that's your favorite one. Everyone know all the positive comments. Everyone. Yeah, Kipper, you're gone. How do you feel when people say we are living in the last days? OG kicks. When people say that, it's been said because people back before them was saying the same thing. A lot of things are happening. Um, that's been prophesied to happen. Will we truly know we living in the last days, or is it a fear tactic to have you feeling like shit is coming to an end when it's really not? They just want you in fear. Fear is a real energy, and the people who feed off of fear are archons. It's archon energy. It needs to be fed. So the more you fear and do things and make decisions out of fear, they got you. It's a fear tactic. Maddie Marquez says, you don't need church or a Bible to believe in the creation of all. Don't ever give up. May God shine his light and glory upon you, sir. Yeah, I didn't give up on anything. I just don't give in to what other people are forcing upon me. It's about respect. If someone is saying they don't want to talk, they had enough of being forced into someone else's ideology, I think they should get that respect, right? That's it. If man had did that, then they would have had better houses than we do now. They had huts. Okay. If that's what you believe, once again, I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. It's not up for debate. I said what I said. Why haven't the aliens come back? I could say that. Why haven't they come back and done anything else but just pyramids then? Huh? Once again, the people that made up that story diminishing the works of what really happened. Ash Ashy knees. You like rap? Yeah, I like rap. And do I watch tennis? Chima HD. And Ash knees. Ashy knees. I love Bone Thugs and Harmony. Did you watch do you watch tennis? Chima, at certain points, yes, I do watch tennis. Contrary to the belief, yes. I'm a sports fan for real. I watch tennis, soccer, hockey. I don't watch hockey on TV as much. um, but I found a liking to watching hockey the first time I went to a hockey game, and that was in Detroit. I had to watch the Red Wings. Zahn says the pyramids were so detailed and carefully built. The people of that time were definitely tapped into a different frequency and mind state while constructing them. Also, they weren't concerned about building houses. They had a duty and a destiny to fulfill. They were more concerned about putting in the work to build the pyramids. That's why they didn't care about their actual houses and they lived in huts. It was community work. Once again, the work of the community and the people of those ancient times. They will like to take their work as much as they cannot give them the credit for what they have done because those were people of color. They would try to take your work and discredit you, tell you it was something else. Once again, you brought up conspiracy. What I'm talking about ain't no conspiracy. It ain't conspiracy. There were actual ancient people living at that time. AJ or Alj says Walter Payton. He's great. He's a good running back. Great running back, I should say. Taylor says, "Hi, peace to you. Peace." What so says, "Oh, bro, the aliens probably ate the dinos too." Guess that's what you believe. Hold on, I have to go quick. Hey, KL8, I might still be here, I might not. It's a cycle over and over. Al J, yes, speaking on the end times or the last days. Fear is mindset. Armando Perez says Zahn thinks they were tapped into different frequencies to build the pyramids, but the biggest pyramid ever built by the Mexicans and no one questions them. So who did the dinosaurs pray to? That's a, I know they say there's no such thing as a dumb question, but that's a dumb question, sir or ma'am. Um, Muhammad Ali versus Sonny Liston on YouTube, the most best fight of all time. Watch how Ali dodges punches, subhuman talent. Kenny is wild. Yeah, Kenny. Um, Kenny, brother. Ali was definitely great. Great talent. Greatest of all time, as we like to call himself. Great boxer, great human being. So eight, back. All right. Al J says, Inanaki. Armando Perez says, who who's gonna win the Super Bowl? It's yet to be seen. I think the Patriots and Rams are gonna make it to the Super Bowl. It's tough to say. It might be LA. Might be the Rams. Got made Aliens too, because he made all of everything in the universe. I believe that. Kenny, we were out here to mine gold. LJ says, my wife made a coward lord. Okay, you got it. John says, and we have to keep this in mind. Those were a completely different type of people back then, mentality and physically. Jay Jameson says, you like peaches? Yeah. If I stream on here, just know it's over with. Seahawks. I think Sam Darnold's going to choke. Defense is definitely legit, but yeah, something about Sam Darnold. on the stage right before the Super Bowl. Yeah, he's been balling, but he has something to prove right now. And from the track record, he's due for a bad game. That's the thing with quarterbacks like that. He has a history of having a listen. This is playoff time. He beat a banged up San Francisco team. San Francisco is out there playing with their third string unit, bro. So there's a lot of hype around him making it to this point and beating a team that's depleted, especially on the defensive side. Now, I'm not saying the Rams have the best defense, but when you have great coaching, former Super Bowl champion, who's been on this stage, knows how to get it done, knows how to game plan, and you see a team again and again, it's hard to beat a team like this, and especially on this big of a stage. This is this man's first time on the stage. He hasn't proven much for real, for real. Really break it down. So once again, he's due for a bad game. Now, if the defense can hold him up and if he can limit mistakes, I believe the Seahawks got a chance. I'm not saying it's said and done. Nothing's written in stone. The Seahawks definitely have a chance. But I'm just going off of what's on the Ram side, the experience, been on this stage before, better quarterback play. Jared Johnson says, "You have a healthy beard, bro. God bless you." Thanks, brother. Armando Perez, you watch the 28 Days Later movies? Watch a show called Fallout. It's pretty good. I heard of Fallout. It's pretty good. Got you got you a light. Peace out, friend. Thanks, Kenny. Man, I don't know about you. Please don't block me, but is it just me or are black women a little bit more salty than white women? Hmm. KL8, I don't know what you mean by that. A little bit more salty. Um, some of them. Me personally, bro, I don't do the white women. So I want to know. If you take away the name God and replace it with alien, it makes sense. It makes sense to you, bro. Once again, I'm not here to convert or convince anybody of anything. When I do speak on certain things, I just like to spread truth. Truth is what I'm into. Any conspiracy theories, like you brought up, is conspiracy. So you can bring in if, but, what. It don't matter to me. Certain things are written in truth. So you're not speaking in truth right now. Jerry Johnson says, I think this is Stafford's last run. Um, it's possible. But that's what I'm saying. And another thing is with these sports and how um, some of this is fixed. Stafford is one of the golden boys, more prominent of a quarterback, and the league would like to see Stafford go out on top. It's a great story. How he came from Detroit and all those years of sad seasons and then, going out with two rings. It makes more sense for the script to be that. You dig? I'm sorry. But you have to factor everything in, especially with these sports and how gambling is and all this other stuff. If this is Stafford's last run, it'd make more sense for him to go out on top. He's paid his dues. Just saying. I just watched the Jetsons and realized there's no black people in the future. Steve Bannon. Yeah, that's what happens when you have all white creators. Content or creation. It's okay. Love to the face. No shot for Stedham. Broncos. Listen, I'm an Eagles fan. And our first championship, bro. Our backup quarterback was able to come in and run through the playoffs. The thing was is that he was able to get games in before this, like a couple games in before the season, and then make a run through the playoffs into the Super Bowl. Right now, this kid Stedham is getting thrown in the game to make it to the Super Bowl. So there's a lot of pressure, bro. For him to not get the reps during the season, or at least a couple games leading up into the playoffs and get a couple playoff games under the belt, is asking a lot. It's asking a lot. So I don't know, bro. But that Broncos defense, once again, the defense can carry you into a situation where as long as he stays under control, composed, and another thing is that may work out to an advantage for the Broncos is that there's not enough film study to on him during the season. So that's another thing that works in the favor of bringing in the backup quarterback. But you haven't seen someone like this. He hasn't had the reps, timing, and all that matters. And this is a dangerous time, and that's what I'm saying. It's a dangerous time to bring Statham in. Well, it's not they're bringing him in because of bad play. Bo Nix is hurt, so Statham being thrown in the AFC Championship game, it could go either way for real. Zahn says, "What do you think about the movie Sinners?" Man, Zahn, bro, you gotta be careful who you let around you, bro. Letting people close to you, letting people in your house. I brought it up yesterday about letting people. I talked about Jehovah's Witnesses yesterday. See, I went further yesterday, Zahn, and just that. I talked about and how Jehovah's Witnesses come up to your door. You hear me, Zahn? They are so forceful in their duty to convert you that they actually come to your door. And some people are so nice and so cool. Hey, don't stand out there. Come inside. Come inside the house. Big mistake because they're pushing an agenda. They are feeding off of you. People that you don't vet, people that you don't know really like that, or people just think are whatever, whatever. Be remiss to just let anyone close to you or in your house, bro. Especially through the the doorway, the threshold of where you live. You don't just let anyone know where you live or anyone in your house. But some of these people, so forceful, Mormons too, they come disguised in KLA says more salty is nasty activity. What do you Stafford is an all American athlete. T Brown is onto something. I just came across your live tonight and I had no clue what you were about or what was said, but it's no coincidence. Maddie Marquez. NFL fixing games for sure. OG kicks, what does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? Nick Foles is a legend. Yes, sir. Damn, sorry to the Eagles fans, but we down SF for y'all. Yeah, I mean it's all good. We got our Super Bowl last year. You can't Can't win them all, brother. It's all good. Would have loved to go back to see them go back to back, but it's good. Jerry Johnson, I don't think it's fixed with the degree of difficulty. It really is to catch these footballs in bad weather. Pay attention to the refs, bro, in some of these games, bro. You can talk about catching, you know what I mean, the balls and stuff. They still got to make the plays and stuff like that, but these refs, man, they're part of the game. And okay, you know exactly. Abigail Hollis, peace to you, love. How are you tonight? You still in here? I'm catching up to the chat a little bit. Shout outs. What do you do for work? Oh, man. I own my own business. Hello to the moon. I mind my business. Man, those are the original ones from Sinners. I've always found that weird that they would always come very early in the morning and continue to knock. What's even weirder is they try to convert you. Very weird activity. And Zon, a brother was in here last night. He was former Jehovah's Witness, and he gave the scoop and the lowdown to how they are groomed in the church, in the hall, to convert. The brother expressed that they'll go to the church, to the Jehovah's Witness hall, and there would be an hour and a half presentation on how to convert, what to say, what to do. You know what I mean? That's that's part of it. To be sent out there and just walk up on people's property. I digress on that. But energy vampires, in the way they can get close to you, in the way you, in the way they know to get in is that if you invite them in, you must give them consent. It's okay. What's the easiest way to do that? Is to cover it in the name of I digress. I pay top dollar for this man. Y'all funny as hell. Yaya Solo. I see the birds in here. Eagles in here. Yeah, I'm a the Vote Eagles fan. Gotta protect the world you create for sure. Yeah, Zon. Abigail Hollis. Yes, I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you too. It's late though. Dub says the room see Dub to the face. Dang. The rule the rules seem vague and easy to manipulate or be skewed. What do you think of the interception call in the Bills game? And that's what I'm saying. Um, some of these calls and according to the rules, depending on how these refs feel on how they call it and how it gets tricky. These calls are very big when it comes down to certain points of the game as well. One of the most famous calls I've ever seen was when Tom Brady was on the Patriots. It was a snow game against the Raiders, and he fumbled. They said his arm was coming forward. It was a forward pass. Yo, the bro clearly fumbled. But when they want you and you are selected, this is the way it's supposed to go. And this is who is supposed to be put in place. Bro, I'm gonna make the calls the way they want to. So the outcomes of certain games and stuff like that are influenced by referee calls. That's how you know it is fixed. The referees be the main ones that's on it. Made Sir Junior Space says, I have the same microphone as you. Yeah, it's a nice, efficient microphone, man. And I've also never seen them get in or out of vehicles. Yo, Zon, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy that you just said that. Yeah, they scale the block, bro, on foot. I've never seen that either. Now that you say that, bro, that's trippy. They just pop up, walking through the neighborhoods and stuff like that, knocking on people's doors, bro. Like you said, early as hell in the morning. It's crazy, bro. Kel8 says, I have a question. Go ahead. Dang, I forgot. Abigail Hollis, why is your live title Choose Your Path? Great question, Abigail Hollis. You have the power to control and choose the path that you are on. A lot of us are on a path that we necessarily didn't create. We've been thought to be on the path that we were given, but you backtrack a little bit. Some people haven't had really that choice, but those who divert from certain patterns and paths that were set in front of them to make feel that they have a choice or had a choice, they notice that there's a path less traveled. And once when you come to that path and that determination that you're willing to go the other way, the road less traveled, there will be distractions. There'll be people telling you you're going the wrong way. They'll be telling you that you are wrong for going that way. There's a quote I want to read to you guys. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where the path, or go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Waldo Emerson. I'm going to read that again. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Waldo Emerson. That's a quote from Waldo Emerson. Going down paths where many people have been down, following. I'm not playing any music, no songs. Being a follower, not a leader. Choose your path. Stand out. Stand alone. That's it. Once again, open up the minds of the people that you don't have to continue to go down that same route because it's comfortable. It's been made comfortable. Once again, I'm one of those that step outside the box, create my own path, do what is not, I don't conform to anything. It doesn't mean I don't have order and structure in my life. I've created that order and structure in my life, a grounded foundation. I'm very comfortable with who I am. But I set example. You can be the same way too. Anyone can. You have the same power. But people are most of the time scared to set their own path, make a own pathway for themselves. Irish says, "You ever buy a bag?" Nah. I still can't believe Wilson didn't give Marshawn the ball on the goal line. Yeah, Zon, crazy, bro. That was crazy, bro. Never understood that. He's taking orders from the coach. Throw the ball instead of going up there having some balls and saying, "Nah, we gonna hand this thing off. Change the play, bro." I met someone on these lives before, and they were acting like he was ping on us when someone said, "King, we have no." Yo, that's crazy. What do you do for bad case of? I don't know what that is. DOMS, DOMS. I don't know what that is, bro. And Zion, that's the prime example of a fix. OG kicks. Yeah, that was crazy. Abigail Hollis says, "Sounds lonely." It may sound that way, but when you are a trailblazer, when you are a leader, you stand alone. You don't follow anybody. Why follow? Why be a follower? OG, that's probably one of the craziest fixes. Football is the devil's game. Oh man, gladiator sport. It's a gladiator sport for real. Abigail Hollis, for the record, not everyone is meant to be with people and be a follower. Once again, why does it have to be a follower and not a collaborator? Because being a collaborator requires people to have the same alike mindset. I haven't met too many people that have that same mindset. Once in a while, people come along and have the same mindset. But when you choose your path, you are making that choice. You know, when they call you a chosen one, Abigail Hollis, let me say it again. Choosing your path. When you have chosen your path to be, or you're choosing to be a chosen one, one singular, just one. Many are called, few are few. Very few are chosen, Abigail Hollis. And until you understand that and you're on that path of being one of few or chosen one, it's required to be alone, not lonely. And that's where people are confused at. And people who are scared to be alone will never understand it. They'll confuse it with being lonely. People who are self assured, self efficient, really independent, don't need people around them to get their point across or to validate the path that they are on. You go on the path, you leave your footprints, and you leave a trail. Now, whoever wants to collaborate, they come along. That's true indeed. But there's a time and a season where you need to be on what you want to call some lonely shit. Once again, uh, I hear you, Abigail House, and this is what I'm saying. I'm not opposed to, and I told my boy Zon too. He's another one too. He's gearing up. He said he just got all his equipment to start his YouTube stuff. I said, listen, bro, if you ever want to collaborate, I put it out there. If you ever want to collaborate, reach out to me. We could do anything. Same thing goes for anybody else. If we are like minded and we actually have the conversation to talk, not just on this internet, and it requires that time to really understand each other, our goals, for real, for real. You understand what I'm saying, Abigail Hollis? and then we collaborate. But, but being a chosen one, you choose that said path, you are one. It's not loneliness. You're not really ever alone or lonely. But a lot of people are followers, and it's not a bad thing to be a follower. I had to follow someone at one point. I was a follower at one point. Then I had to question what I'm being led to. The refs were wear black and white stripes for a reason. They control the game. Once you make your own path and become one with yourself, or in the process of knowing self, loneliness isn't a concern. It's just a part of the process. Yes, absolutely. Neo had to walk that path by himself. Not even Morpheus could help him after a certain point. Yeah. KLA says, who's Neo? And my parents wouldn't let me collab or do YouTube, but I would love to do it. Hey, KLA, and that's the thing. People are holding you back from doing what you want to do. It's not the way. Choose your path. People are choosing your path for you. And that's what I'm saying. People are making choices for you, and it's having effect what you really want to do. You're following the instructions of your parents. You're a follower. Richard Molina, peace to you. I like when you say chosen one, emphasis on one. Got to understand, because I want you to understand it's not loneliness when it's divine right put over you. You have to set yourself apart. Many are called, few are chosen. Not everyone is chosen. When you are chosen, you are plucked up and put to the side. You may question, then this must be lonely. No. Plucked to the side for a certain assignment requires you, just you, to complete that assignment before anyone else can come along. And you think a woman can be a leader? Absolutely. We need more women leaders. Abigail Hollis, we need more women leaders. Who's raising our daughters? The men can't really do it like that. Men can only lead women, but for so far until they have to lead other women. There's lost women out here. We need upright women to lead these women because men can't do it. Look, I agree with Zahn. That's just me. Uh, oh, KLA says, look, I don't agree with Zahn, but that's just me. Yeah, women are spectacular teachers, bro. Women court more attention than a man does because of their beauty. Let's be honest. If it was my way, for real, the knowledge that I have and the study that I've been doing, I wish I can take it, put it onto a woman, and put her in front of the live, and these live numbers and all that shit will go up. There's women who do semen retention content. There's women, there is women who do semen retention content, never been through the experience of going through any of the hardship of dealing with how men lust, how men have urges, but they do semen retention content and their numbers go, come on, because they court the attention. If I had it my way, I would put a woman on the forefront to talk the shit that I talk because more people would be receptive to it because the appeal that women have. Men and women lock in more to a woman speaking. It's a fact. It's a fact, bro. Us men, we got to be very special. Carry a certain carry a certain light to really have the effects on the people that we do to influence the people for real, for real. Women don't have to work that hard. That's why they are the perfect ones to put in the forefront. You ever want to talk? You know how they say someone has to be the face of the company or the face of the movement or whatever the case may be. The perfect person to make the face or be as the face is a woman. I prefer strawberry clear eyes. That's what you prefer, but to really court the attention of the people is a woman. A woman's appearance gains the attention of human eye quicker. Yes, it's a fact. It's not a bad thing. Specifically, a black woman, in my opinion. Yeah, I feel you, son. Same here, brother. But understand this though. There was a movie that I watched. Damn, I forgot the movie's name, but it was about opioid addiction, and they were selling. I forgot the movie's name, bro. It was a good ass movie. They were selling opioids or trying to get the sell of the opioids to the hospitals, like trying to get them to buy in. So they used these college females to make it a little bit of extra money to do the presentation for the sale of these opioids. Damn it, I don't want to go on a search for it now. But that was the tactic to get young college females to go to different doctor's office. Tell us what happened. Yeah, right. Let me get you up out of here. They would get them to go to the different doctor's offices to push the pills on the people, fill out descriptions with people with pain medicine and shit like that. But to convince the board and the people like that and all that stuff, they use the young college kids, females to be exact, to use doctor's offices. It's a tactic to be used. Appeal. Also taking them to seminars to present. Damn, that's crazy. I can definitely believe that based on true. No, it is based on a true event. That's what I'm saying. I want to look for it so bad right now, but I don't want to take too much time looking for it. I'm gonna have to give y'all that source probably in the next live. I'm gonna try to look that up if I can remember later. But this is a was based on a true story. This is why the whole um pharmaceutical company and stuff like that was up in an uproar when these opioids and all this pain medication was being pushed like that. but it was definitely based on a true story. The movie's made based off a true story, bro. But that's the appeal that they know that women have. When you really trying to sell something, for real, put it in the hands of a beautiful woman, a beautiful female. It's going to get it sold quicker. Even with women, when it comes to makeup, a lot of makeup sells, right? KLA says, "Do you like heavy metal music?" Not too much. I don't really. That's not to my liking. Not heavy metal music. And Carmela, you up on here late, late. Carmela, peace to you, love. How you? And can I explain Fortnite terms? Here, I got you right now. Here you go. Yes, that's why most commercials and advertisement commercials are heavily presented by women. Yeah. Now, I know a lot of people see, and it's a true thing that says that sex sells and stuff like that, but it's not even really a sex thing. It's just beauty. It's a beauty thing. They know to catch the attention of people. A beautiful woman can sell anything because of how she looks, how she presents, how she is presented. And that goes in both cases for men and women. They sell to women the same way. OG Kick says Pain Hustlers. Is that the movie name or see, you make me want to look it up now, bro. Is that the movie name or you just, what I mean, you call them, what I mean? That's what they do. I'm about to look that up real fast. Yes, it is. You got it. OG Kicks, man. I appreciate you for that, brother. Yes, you knew exactly what I was talking about. It's Pain Hustlers. That's the movie's name. Yep. It came out 2023. The opioid epidemic was wild when it first hit. Yes. Yep. It goes back to when it wasn't like that and then they started pushing it because it had to sell. So they put and use young college females to present, like do actual presentations in front of people and stuff like that and move them around going I believe they was going door to door as well. Zion, they was going door to door as well, knocking on people's. I don't know. It was crazy, bro. But I got the plot here in front of me. Yeah. So the plot goes. Lisa Drake takes or I don't know if it's her real name or whatever. Yeah, Lisa Drake takes a job at a pharmaceutical company where she and her boss Pete push a new painkiller, Lonafin, through aggressive and unethical sales tactics, leading to criminal conspiracy. And that's just the short part. But when she got hired there, she was the face of it. She was groomed and put in, tight dress, do your makeup, have your hair done, all this other stuff. So that way, when she presents and she's the seller, she the drug dealer for real. It's a great movie. But yes, thank you again for that. Who was that? OG Kicks, man. Pain Hustlers. I'm glad you was getting up when I was putting it down, man. It was gonna really bug me if I didn't get that title of that movie, bro. So I really appreciate you for that. 98% of opioids come or came from one specific place in Afghanistan. I think I was watching a Nick Irvin interview earlier where he talks about that. Man, yes, it's crazy, very crazy with the opioids and that epidemic. And what it started doing was, hitting not just it's not affecting. See, I don't want to go here. It starts affecting the right communities. I'll keep it at that. When it starts affecting the right communities, that's when it really starts being a problem. That's when they deem it a problem. Because there's been other epidemics that hit communities. It's been a blind eye turn. When it start hitting other communities, it starts to get tricky. Ain't supposed to happen like this. What's your favorite book? My favorite book is The Alchemist, Pablo Coelho. I wish the earth would act up, like move the tectonic plates or a volcano. Damn, Chris. Not Chris. Charles Hale says death by Earth. You want Earth to react and get you up out of here, huh? That'd be a nice way to go. That's the best way to go. Just let nature run its course. That's all it is. Um, it flooded over here into suburbs. That's when they called it a crisis. Yup. That's usually how it go, Zon. Biggest conspiracy theory that you believe in? Mm, that's a good question. What's the biggest conspiracy that I believe in? We talked about my boy Zon in here. He brought up 9/11 at one point, and right after he brought up 9/11, I brought up what happened in Katrina and what they found basically at ground zero of Katrina was dynamite. That the levees didn't actually break, but an explosion happened. And actual people said that they heard the explosion, not something break, but they heard an explosion before. Now, um, I would say that's one of the biggest conspiracies, I believe. I'll go with that. New Orleans levees breaking. I've noticed this until now. Y'all have a what? Cool friend group. So powerful, nothing more admirable to die by. Yo, Chris Hale, really, you really on that type of time, and I'm serious too though. That is, it is powerful, bro. Like I said, letting nature run its course. Rather that than being murdered or assassinated or something like that. Just letting the earth turn up, letting the universe turn up and do what it do. Um, turn up Katrina. I live in Biloxi, Mississippi right now, right by the water. Yes. Um, yeah, Charles Hill. I actually been out to Biloxi, Mississippi. I had a buddy who joined the Navy, and uh, when he came back, he was stationed down there in Biloxi. He ended up getting married when he returned back. So we took a road trip down there, all the way to Mississippi, bro, to watch him get married or be there for his wedding, I should say. Watch him get. Yeah, so I remember being down there, and it was just everything was just being not just being rebuilt, but they were reconstructing the houses a certain way, being lifted up just in case if something like that ever happened again, it would be more protected because I guess before that, a lot of houses weren't built a certain way. So everything was Already built. I remember him living in a house that was or living in like a complex, like condos or something like that were newly built at that time. So it was pretty interesting taking that drive down there. I was trying to get my buddies of mine to go to New Orleans that same night that we got down there. I said, "Yo, let's go to," but they didn't want to take the drive over, so we ended up going to the Hard Rock, the casino that's in Biloxi. So it was pretty cool being down there, man. Good experience. Jesse Breeze says, "Facts." They did New Orleans so wrong. I've seen so many interviews of people hearing an explosion before the actual flood. Yeah, yeah. I didn't bring it up that night, Zahn, about people hearing the explosion. I just brought up them finding like the dynamite residue and I guess the casings or whatever at the site afterwards. People really going down there and seeing like what the hell happened. But I guess they caught wind of people hearing an explosion before everything was happening. So how far can you go to say it's still a conspiracy when you have certain things, but they won't really tell you for real what happened. Like it's not ever they're gonna say, well, you know what, this is what actually happened. Maybe until after our generations pass along, just like they did with Christopher Columbus finding America. They waited till a whole bunch of people thought that they would forget that what happened, but it's written down in books that this is. I digress. It is what it is. That's another conspiracy too. Whatever. Uh, Chris Hell, shake this motherfucker up. Yeah, Chris Hell says, shake this motherfucker up. I'm thirsty but comfortable. Should I get water? Yeah, man, you chilling. I drink water right on stream. I got coconut water here. I got my regular water. The alchemist literally taught me that if you ignore all logic and follow vibes, the universe will personally Venmo me. Yes. That's funny. That's a funny way to put it, but yes. Ignore everything and follow the path. Choose your path. And once you choose your path, you know which way or not. You don't know which way to go, but as you go along your path, the path will start to reveal itself. Some people go down that road that's less traveled and it's dark. It's very dark along that path. But as you continue to walk that path with your light, the path will start to reveal itself right before your eyes. But I love how you worded that, man. That's cool. Um, Charles Hale says, "Power of God, you look like LeBron James." Thanks. Mark Price, peace to you, God. Yes, G 100 OG kicks. Yeah, man, I appreciate that drop, man. That was really gonna bug me if I didn't get that movie, man. I used to be a contract manager for both commissaries, groceries, stores at Kelzer and the Navy base. Okay, that's what's up. Katrina ruined everything good, but it was really the rich people that made everything suck. Yeah, I bet, bro. The rich always benefit off of disasters like that, for real. You get see with the destruction of property and real estate, when stuff like that happens, you get new investors. Think about that. You get more opportunity to invest, and the rich who got it have land to collect and buy. You wash out, and then you reintroduce. You bring back in. It's a quick way to gentrify, if you ask me. Do it the easy way or the hard way. But to make it more of, oh, this happened and then spooky out here. They do that a lot in the East Coast. I ran a I ran the Pi Five and the Hard Rock for a few months. Yeah, Paul, you need to rephrase that question. Not answering that, or I will get you out of here. Holy shit, you were my mom's boyfriend. Charles S says he loved wombs. This is not conspiracy. They did this. Shit. That's what I'm saying. But for so long, you could say, all right, yeah, Paul, you out of here. That's why I wasn't answering your question. Said water is a blessing. What can repeat is what Earth wills. One good time in a new age. Hold on. I wasn't here. What's going on? I love soda forever. Yeah, I get that. I get that also. Cuddy from the wire. Uh Qua. Okay. Get you up out of here too. And Chris Hale. He says, eat the rich. We are almost that hungry. Tupac once said that same thing also, bro. It's going to get to a point where enough is going to be enough and people are going to come at the rich and start to eat at the rich. Bullets by Luigi says, Mike Milичek. That's funny. You're one of the only people live that makes sense. Martin Hazard. Hey, man, I appreciate that, bro. And I was going to bring up something on the live. One thing I seen on the lives because every now and I'm just listen. I'm guys. I'm just like you. At times, I go through my scrolling binges and stuff like that, looking at other pages. Also, getting information and content and just seeing what other live content is out there. I give a like before I slide. I like this channel. I appreciate that, Charles Hill, man. I appreciate the like and the love, bro. One of the things, bro, and I always bring this up about one live chat is a lady. She seems to have like a skin condition, like leukemia or something like that along that nature. And her live, she's eating like, and somebody brought it up to me. They said there's flavored cornstarch, but she's eating like cornstarch, bro, like in a pan, like an aluminum pan, getting cornstarch and like stuff in her face, drinking water. Um, and like I said, it's pretty disturbing to me to see that a little bit, And I get it, for content and for the likes and people who donate to stuff like that to see that. But I brought up the series once again, another Netflix goodie, Black Mirror. There's an episode, if you know about Black Mirror, there's an episode like that where it'll be times where people are doing some wild stuff on the internet for money. And I understand we're in the times where people can't really afford care like that, or they need extra money for medications and stuff like that. So I'm not knocking the hustle. You got to do what you got to do, but to see that is disturbing. It's to me, it's demeaning. That you can't really come on here and be yourself. So to have to go through extreme measures to gain notoriety, to gain attention like that, and to have to eat cornstarch because that shit is not healthy. I don't care what it is, it's not healthy like that to be doing that, and especially for views and likes and stuff like that. And then another live stream that I seen, and it's funny, bro. I don't know his name, bro. His name is it's like Mountain something, and he has like the couple times I've seen him. One time he was on live and he was like outside, um, and he had like a padding around a telephone pole and he was boxing it. He was like, I guess training, mountain boxer or something. I forget it. But then I seen him again on another stream, and I seen him back to back days on stream, going live, and it seems like he's in a public bathroom somewhere and there's tissue everywhere, bro. Like tissue hanging off the stalls, tissue all over the floor. And he has like a knapsack or a bag hanging on the bathroom stall, and he's shooting shots. He's shooting shots of balled up tissue paper and calling out the people's name in the chat and saying this, this shot is for you and stuff like that. And people in the chat, it caught my attention because it looks crazy. It's tissue everywhere, bro. So people are like, "It's a waste of tissue." You know what I mean? Where you at? You in the they're like you at the jobs bathroom after hours. Using to stock up of toilet paper and stuff like that. So it's just interesting what you come across on the internet and what people do on live streams for attention and for the views and likes and stuff like that. Is I know it's entertaining and it's supposed to be entertaining for the people, but I try to set myself apart from all that stuff of not doing crazy stuff, being normal, bro. Because some people really come on here to get a sense of normalcy on this internet because this internet is so vast and so weird. People are just doing whatever for clout, recognition, and stuff like that. I'm not one of those ones. I don't care to be popular like that or to be famous. Most of the time I come on here for real is to spread some knowledge and then just be cool with the people. You need that balance. You need people to be cool out here, to know that people who come on the internet ain't just on here on the internet for clout and notoriety and willing to sell themselves just for your liking. Because people are gonna hate you, what you do. They're gonna call you broke or whatever the case may be. And once again, bro seems to be. I'm not gonna say. And we talked about homelessness, right? And it's different tiers. It's different tiers to homelessness. This is real. You know what I mean? This is real shit. It's different tiers to homelessness. So it seems like he might not have a place to go, place to live, but he found a safe haven. He found a place, and whatever he's doing, he got to do. Once again, I'm not knocking it, but it's just a weird space nowadays, to see what's going on this internet and what people are doing. So I always appreciate people who come through and be like, "Yo, you seem like a chill person. I really am." After I turn this camera off, I'm the same person. So I can't fake one way and be on here doing some bullshit or trying to impress you guys when I'm not like that away from the camera. The same way I am now in front of the camera is the same way I turn it off. So I got to show up a certain way because this is who I am for real. And my bad, guys. I went on a little rant. Let me catch up to the lies, but I had to put that out there. There's a lot of bullshit going on. One thing I hate is going to school that never told us who really funds both sides of the war. Damn, Jesse Bree said one thing that they hate is going to school is that they never told us who is really funding these wars, both sides. And enema, come on, bro. See, I gotta get you up out of here for that because you tricked me. Now I gotta trip you up out of here. Going back to the alchemist, I'm starting to think the omens are just pure pressure. Yeah, the omens can be pure pressure or giving you a choice to make, whether to still choose your path or continue to be, telling you to go the other way. It's to test you. Southside, Compton Crib, RP, Baby Lane, Ghost. All right, man. Tupac was a visionary. His music is coated with brilliance of Beethoven. Damn, yeah. A lot of people don't connect with. I'm not gonna say a lot of people don't connect with Tupac like that, but it's very deep with Tupac and his music. Like I said, he's the same. What you said earlier about what I mean, rich getting eaten is coming to that point. He's a very, like you said, a visionary. It's sick, and the viewer encourage madness. His and hers official. God bless you. God bless you too. Peace to you. Mountain Tough. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Man, another person here knows exactly what I'm talking about. An older black lady, right? Yeah, Zon. I think I seen that and I strolled by so quick. Yes. Yeah, she popular right now. I bet she is. He do the tissue paper, Mr. Carter. Yeah. Yes, he was hitting the public pole with the belt. People are crazy. Bro, I don't understand. Yeah. Do you originate from Ireland? No, I originate from Liberia. It's godlessness. Everybody thinks that Dropping the Bible is hardly going to make a difference. Well, this is the difference. Herb Gillespie says engagement. Charles says they have abandoned God, the idea, concept, philosophy, theology. They abandoned all of that. As I said, that's why I say it's no way that some of these people are real, bro. NPCs are a real thing for sure. Yes, I believe that too, bro. Some people are NPCs and just some people just doing things just because they are under control. Yes, you are right, and you seem like a good person. His or her. I appreciate that. NPCs are a real concept, literally. Yeah, Charles Hill. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you guys in the NPCs, man. Non-playing characters, bro. Just out here doing whatever. Darlene Harris says you are really cool. I appreciate that, Darlene. Peace to you. Peace and love, sis. I'm very angry all the time. I cannot get on live. I have some notoriety as a commentator. You shouldn't be angry, bro. If you got a channel, once again, bro, just do your thing, bro. Hop on and just do you. Be you. Once again, you don't have to do anything outside your body. Be led what you called to do. His or her official. Um, what? Darlene Harris says, hello from Tennessee. Shouts out to Tennessee. What part of Tennessee you in? I hope it's not. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say I hope it's not. Because our people out there, Memphis. If you in Memphis, I hear is treacherous out there, just like anywhere else. Every state got its treacherous place. And Charles Hill, what you talking about, brother? They saying F football. Football is just a sport, bro. It's entertainment. Entertainment, brother. And I agree. All sports is whack now. The mystique about it and with the fixes being in, predicted outcomes, it makes it whack. Where are you from? I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm in Pennsylvania as well. I'm originally from New Jersey, but I'm about 2 hours away from Philly. You can bracket the literal lecture, the literature. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, it's getting around that time. I've been on here for a little minute. You can bracket the literature. It's grammatically genius. Yeah, Charles Hill, you tripped me up, and it's getting kind of late. What's the meaning of life, in your opinion? Life is what you make it. You are the co-creator to this life. If you want to find meaning, you got to go and get it. Live your purpose. Live your life. Don't let life or have someone else tell you how to live your life. You just got to go out there and get it. Tupac was so handsome and had beautiful eyes. Yeah, the ladies love Tupac. Tupac also said they didn't love him like that before his fame, though. Tupac said before, you know what I mean, he was really Tupac for real. They ain't, ladies ain't mess with him like that. But until, you know what I mean, he got the fame, status, and all that, that's when they started vibing with him for real. He was called gay at one point because he was going to art school and talk softly and stuff like that. They ain't really vibe with him. They call him feminine and stuff like that. But until he got on, Got over there in Oakland, got around some gangsters, caught some swag, got famous. Yeah, that part. A lot of people don't know that about Lassane Cooks, Lassane Crooks, Tupac Shakur. You may know him as. The rich will always eat. They hunt for fun. Yeah, this is Ali Cola, Georgia. Georgia in the house. Shout out to Georgia. What food do you like? I like all types of food. I come from an African background, so African dishes is what I love. But I like seafood, and I know people go, you know what I mean? They say, bottom feeders like crabs, shrimps, and stuff like that isn't good, but I like seafood, fish. I like Italian food, Mexican food, love it all. Someone asked this before, Rams and Seahawks. So I'm going with the Rams. I'm sorry. Polyish says, beautiful nose. Thank you. Jesse. Jesse Bree says, birds. Reasonable YouTubers like me, the idiots I intentionally make an enemy. Dang. Well, you need enemies, for sure. Jay Maximize. What's good, bro? I relapsed recently, not feeling too drained, but what's the fastest way to gain energy back up? Replenish with water, any type of water. But coconut water is real good. Quick hydration. Just get rehydrated or making sure that you're hydrated is the best way. Um, this is Kevin Durant. Hell no. Um, Getting some fresh air, getting outside, moving your body around, eating a healthy dish, just getting your energy back up naturally. Your Majesty was good. Peace. 1 hour drive from Nashville. That's what I like to hear. That's peace. Darlene Harris. My wife will tell you about Memphis. 100% accurate. Man, the whole of everything is max rig. Yeah, Memphis, I hear is it's treacherous, man. But I love my people, man. And in those situations, um, once again, shouts out to Tennessee. Once again, I don't like to throw no shade at people or where they're from or whatever. Um, I love to travel, and I'm in a space where I want to get out and to travel more, experience places like Memphis, Tennessee. Like I like going to places like that to see what's going on. Going to Detroit a couple years ago, I did the same thing to go see what's going on, and be in the neighborhoods, going to the restaurants in those said neighborhoods, just to get the authenticity. I'm not a scary person. That's another thing too. Like I'm not scared to go to those neighborhoods, but I hear Nashville has some great food. True Alchemist said, "I love that. It's early for me on my way to work. Hey, shouts out to you. Go get that money and be safe out there on your way to work." True Alchemist, peace and blessings. I appreciate you for stopping through before work. KLA, you still back? They gold diggers. No one ever. Yes, I remember him explaining that in one of his interviews with Pac. Yeah. King Kong says Boston, Boston, Massachusetts, Boston. Everyone is deserving of their dream life. It's the desire for a reason. Yep. Darlene Harris. I appreciate that. Thank you, sis. God is good. Yes, he is. Um, Zinc Ginger saying there's another one to replenish. Yeah, zinc and ginger boosting up your testosterone as well. Boosters. Ginger is real good. Zinc, you lose some of that with the release of semen. Darlene Harris says, I love seafood too. Yeah, that's one of the things I can't let go. Like I said, crab legs. Great food and great music. Yes, Nashville. I was going to mention that too, with the music being down there. But shrimp, clams, oysters is another one for my guys. If you go through a relapse on semen retention to get a boost of energy, but with oysters, just a boost of testosterone. That testosterone is linked to your natural energy and stuff like that. That masculine power. If you need that, if you need that boost. Sometimes it's all not necessary because you already have reserves and you plateau up and down with your levels of testosterone. So, you get that right back by doing basic stuff, but you shouldn't have to worry about that too much if you're not a constant relapser. But just a couple tips: buy a traveler trailer and travel. And Hesperdine and the Osman. King Khan, what is those, man? Put me on. What explain to me what's those, and is that something you can get from and prescribed by your doctor? And you have a blessed day too, true alchemist. I appreciate the 8888 angel numbers. The that eight is number of wealth, money, abundance. If you're into numerology and stuff like that, angel numbers, money is on the way for you guys, for all of us. Continue to spread positivity. Darlene Harris says, "You have a very nice smile and beautiful teeth." Thank you. I appreciate that. You have seen, yeah, right, Skinwalker. Yeah, right, buddy. What's up, my melanated brother? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great, man. It's been another great live. Last night I was on here for too many hours, more hours than expected, but I've been great, man. Yeah, Skinwalker, man. I'm doing great, bro. I'm well. Doing great. Had a great night, a great morning. I was on yesterday on these live on another live for 9 hours. So I was up until 7, 8 in the morning. Are you doing this tomorrow? Well, it's technically tomorrow right now. So yeah, I'll be back on in a couple hours. Couple more hours I'll be on. Guys want to dip, catch me later. You know what I mean? I understand it's late, you gotta do your thing, get some rest or whatever. But for the most part, last night I was on just addressing some things. Had to get it removed. Got a bug. Yeah, most likely it's probably a ladybug. Is it? Nah, no, it's not. Y'all just fucking with me. It's alright. Yeah, I be having ladybugs every now and then pop in my crib. Beautiful ladybugs. But yeah, I was on late. I was on late last night, 9 hours. And when you get into certain talks with people and they want to go back and forth with you and they try to test you, I show them I have the energy to go all night on certain topics. So it makes me know, never mind. So I'll wait you out and see how far you're really trying to go. I have no problem. I get my rest. I sleep beautifully. Shots out from Houston, Texas. Dante, peace to you, brother. And KL says, dang it. Yeah, man, I'm on here. Skinwalker, if you want to call me melanated brother, that's up to you, man. Darlene Harris, I appreciate the sub. Thank you for the support. That's love right there. And whenever the women come through and support, um, that's a blessing. You know what I mean? Once again, if you enjoy the lives, I come on the lives. I haven't dropped actual content on my page in a little minute because most of the content on there is on semen retention is for the guys. It's catered for the guys. But women could go on there too and see what the guys are on, what they be doing, what guys like me are up to. You feel what I'm saying? And what I aspire and inspire to do for the other guys who come across and listen. I plan to drop more content on the channel, but I'm starting to veer more off away from the semen retention content because now I have more women who come across. So um, a little bit more diverse I'm gonna become with the content when I start to drop it. Yeah, Kel, hey, if you got school, man, get that rest. And yeah, later on tonight, I'll be back on. Maurice Williams, peace to you, says, what's your mission out here, brother? My mission is to just push positivity, awaken souls that have the ears to hear, eyes to see. A lot of people aren't receptive to information and knowledge. They feel like, I don't know, it's a thing with people who, when you have certain information, knowledge, and you shed light on certain things, they feel like you're trying to be intelligent. You're trying to be more intelligent than the next person. You're trying to show that you have more knowledge than the next person. I just have a certain calling to share what I've come across, and it's been put on me to step outside the box of just doing semen retention content and helping guys in those ways to control their sexual energy and get their minds right, get their bodies right. More men have to be called on that standard because more men have to be masculine out here. There's a misconception about being masculine, being strong. Some people can see it as a toxic thing, or it's been a negative light shed on guys taking a step back from the dating world and stuff like that. I'm just wanting to show it is necessary for some guys to do that because we need to separate ourselves from the group of guys who are out here overly sexualized, moving around in lust, not really properly trained how to treat women or be in a relationship with women, how to lead for real, and lead from up here, not down here. So my mission is just to get the guys right. Whoever is willing to listen, like I said, who's has the ear and willing to take the tips that I give out on my channel, but now going further into the content and these lives that I come on, just opening up the minds of people, just getting along with like-minded people, um, and the people that don't have their mind open, I'm willing to shake their spirit to open their minds because some people are still conditioned. Darlene Harris, have a great night, sis, and I appreciate you again. That's love. God bless you. So that's my mission on the short end. You feel what I'm saying? It must have got intense last night. I tapped out after a while. Yeah, nah, it got real intense, brother. It got real intense. The I'm gonna say this, and you know what it is. It's like the spirit of Bobby Hemmett came over me, and I started cussing him out, bro. I started cussing out that Greek god. I said straight fuck him, straight like that, Zon. And that's when it started getting real wild and crazy, straight like that. And do you think my parents would care if they seen that I subbed to you? No, would they care? I mean, I just cuss, bro. So that's up to you, man. That's up to you. If they sub to me, listen, bro. I cuss. I speak freely. I don't know. I don't know your parents. You feel what I'm saying? Only you know. So, but I'll be on here. I'll be on here later tonight, brother. If you sub, you sub. If you don't, you don't. It's not. You know what I mean? I don't take it to heart, bro. But I appreciate you for being here for sure. Have you ever apologized? Oh man. Documenting the progress of self is the main goal for my page. Yes. Maurice Williams says, I love to hear that. So this is iron sharpening iron. Keep going, brother. Peace and love. Yeah, brother. Peace and love. Yup. Exactly. In the short term, yeah, Spaghetti Joe is crazy. Would you like some prayer today? Um, the Christian Rebel. That's how I feel about it. In your prayer, Christian rebel. I'm not Christian, so I don't need your Christian prayers. Thank you. You could have simply just said, God bless you, and keep it pushing. Just by your name or whatever the case may be. Mm-mm. Oh man, they brung out the spirit of one of the great ones. Yeah, the great ones out of you. Yeah, yeah, they did. And the thing about design was I was trying to bring knowledge. I was trying to bring some wisdom. And bro was like, no, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. So I'm like, wait a minute. Like, so you want me to go on Google, on this internet Google, to search up what you want me to search up. But when I'm bringing to you legit books that I've studied from, you telling me you don't want to see that? So I said, nah, you know what? I'm done. We can move on to another topic. I was done. Then they started to beg me to show them the book, show them the sources that I had. I said no. I started saying no. I'm like, no, I'm good. Because, and else put in the chat, do not cast your pearls in front of swine. And once when you show me enough that I need to see, I'm like, yo, you know what? I don't even care at this point. You know what? I'm gonna keep it for myself. It's just like you said, Zon, document the progress for yourself. That's what I did in the beginning of my journey. That's why I encourage you to do it, do it, do it. And then until you get that to that point where you start to really share for real with the people, you'll get that calling, bro. You'll get that calling because it's required. Because there's also people out here that are waiting, need to hear something different, need to catch something different, and you'll be one of those ones to have to share because your journey will need to be shared after a certain time. So I'm glad you're doing what you're doing, brother. Very glad you're doing what you're doing. And when I started to go down that route, more trolls, more agents started to come on. So when the agents came on, they thought that was going to scare me off. So ended up staying. Ended up staying. People, you know what I mean, saying whatever they were saying. I'm not going to sleep well tonight. I'm not going to do this. I ended up sleeping like a baby and having a sex dream all in one, bro. It was crazy. It was lit. I tried to tell them, like, y'all don't understand. Like, I stand on a certain side and I try to be courteous to the people. I respect for the people in the chat and wherever someone may come from. I don't like to do that or go that route, but I don't like when people force their ideologies on me. And that was it. Pushed me to the point, and I had that spirit come over me. I said, yo, you know what? Yeah, that part. I don't want to say it again because it's gonna, you know what I mean, trip the joint or whatever and do what it do. I love you, my guy, my brother. I love you too, Southside Frog. Yeshua is King of Kings, Supreme Mathematics. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Southside Frog. Today's mathematics technically is a 2-2 day. 22. 2 is wisdom. And that wisdom is drawn from the knowledge, knowledge itself, knowledge, wisdom. Foundation of everything is knowledge. And that 2 and 2 plus 2 is 4. Make me do my math right now, brother. That 4 is culture or freedom. You hear me, Southside Frog? That 4 is culture or freedom. Culture is the way a man carries himself. That's his culture. His culture is Islam. Islam is I, self, law, and master. Yes, sir. I appreciate you for that, Southside Frog. A man that knows one book knows nothing. And a man that knows himself, yeah, man. I appreciate you for that, Southside Frog, man. Do you actually believe in Yeshua of Nazareth? Sam in Wakefield. Man, got to let dead lie with the dead. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Zon. Taz, peace to you, Zon, and I appreciate it, bro. Most definitely. I don't know what's going to happen on the journey, but with whatever, it comes with nothing wrong with progression. Yes, once again, the path will start to reveal itself. That's when you lead with that light, brother. And salute to you, Southside Frog. Oh my God, you're my favorite. Yeah, right. See the trolls, man. There are ways that for man seems knowledge and freedom, but Almighty, GOS directs the path. GOS? Think you meant GOD? There are ways that a man seeks knowledge, I think you're trying to say, and freedom, but Almighty directs the path. Not all the time he directs the path. Some people don't choose the path of seeking knowledge. So your statement is a little bit finicky. Once again, you choose your path. If you don't choose the path of seeking knowledge, then your path will be set for you. Someone else will draw that energy, and the knowledge that they want you to know will be given to you. It won't be learned by you directly. But I understand what you're saying, but it's a little, a little bit shaky. Phone is going on 4%, so I'm gonna have to cut this off and put it on the charger for a little bit. I'm about to get off soon. I'm not gonna be on here for too much longer. Usually when I say that, I end up running into people who get my attention and start. Oh no, I can't take that out. People who get my attention and keep me on here longer, but not tonight though, because I'm not playing that game tonight. So man, Sam in Wakefield says human knowledge is limited. I agree. I definitely agree with that. Compared to the ones given to the holy ones. I completely agree with that. Yep. Preparation prevents piss poor performance. Hey, man. Southside Frog in here tonight. Knowledge of self is the armor we stand battle tested and war ready. And KL8, have a great night. Have a great night, brother. Have a great night, youngin. And I hope your homework is done. But I'll see you later tonight. If you're in here later tonight, I'll be up in here, man, later. And be safe out there. That's great, man. And Southside Frog, where you originally from, Southside Frog? I'm interested. To know where you from, man. Where you represent, brother. God Almighty, bless your mind. My mind is already blessed, man. But I thank you for that, Sam in Wakefield. Richmond, VA. Shout out to VA, man. Damn. I love when people come from different places, man, that I haven't got to experience, got to visit. Sam in Wakefield says, you do not decide what's blessed. Damn. So if I say bless you, That's not my decision to want to bless you. I don't make that decision. Gotcha. Gotcha. You see what happens when you try to be a smart ass? You see what happens when you try to be smarter than people? So I don't have the power to bless others. We don't have the power to bless others or give a blessing to someone. We don't have that power. That's what you're saying. You're trying to be a smart ass. Once again, you're one of those ones that wants to give all your power outside yourself, not understanding the power that you have within you, brother. Then where did I come from? Sam in Wakefield. I'm not from the heavenly realms. You sure about that? Okay. All right. You got it, bro. You got it, brother. Grew up in Vegas, Oklahoma City, or Arizona, South Beach, North Carolina. Just to enrich my culture. Yes. I feel you. Traveling man. Southside Frog. I hear that. Traveling man. Yep. D Nixon, peace, bro. Papa Squat. That's your business, man. Always express. If you know what I mean, whatever your preference is, that's your business, bro. I don't ostracize people. Yes, yeah, Sandman Wakefield, I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. That's on him. He's gonna tell me where I'm not from or who I am. Who are you? If that's what you believe in yourself, then it is what it is. Power and knowledge was given in the past to the ones who forged what's known to humans today. False. False. He just wants to be a smartass. He wants to, he's an agent. See, what agents do, they don't want you to embrace your own power. There's a deity that needs to be fed. So those agents need to get people on accord to feed into those deities. Those that can see and willing to generate the power for themselves, they need to be distracted. But yeah, you're too late, brother, for all that. You're too late. I understand your confusion. It's not appointed to me to argue with a human, but that's what you're doing right now, sir. There's no confusion here. None at all, brother. If you truly understood, like my boy Zon said, if you truly understood knowledge, and once you see that someone doesn't get it in whatever timing that you are on, if I'm on just human knowledge, then you're supposed to let the dead lie with the dead. Do you know what that means? Letting the dead lie with the dead is saying that if I'm already sold, if I'm already bought in on a certain way of thinking, there's no convincing me otherwise. So if you feel the way you feel about me, then what's the point of even talking to me? You could swipe up or down or turn your phone off. and just let me perish with my human thinking. All right, bro, you got it. You right. You're absolutely right, bro. The kingdom reside inside the king's soul. For that wherever a king goes, a kingdom is always with him. Beautifully said, Southside Frog. Yes. Zahn says, "I wide shut." Yeah. This the time where they come out, Zahn. All the agents, distractions. Soon as I always say, yo, I'm about to get out in a little bit, that's when they come and draw my attention. But tonight, they haven't realized it ain't the night. Not chat related, D Nixon says, holy shit. The amount of scrolling I had to do to finally find a normal live stream. Sean, I'm glad you're here, brother. It's too bad that I'm about to get off here soon. But I'm pretty sure like lives like mine that are normal, that are cool, they kind of bury. You really gotta do some deep digging probably to find something like this where I'm not doing anything outside of my body. LeBron James, what's up? Greg Masters, what's good, bro? He can't breathe my martyr or see my or even see my intelligence. What is bro talking about? Sean, you know what I do like good Christian live stream. You know what? I like a good Christian live stream. Maybe this could help with my drug addiction. I was weak, clean, and folded yesterday. Hey, Sean, I'm sorry to inform you. This ain't that. This ain't no Christian live stream, bro. What I will tell you is that if you're dealing with addiction and you've come through, this is to introduce something new to you. Is that you need to take accountability for yourself, because I'm not one to tell you that your sins are forgiven and someone died for your sins, so you should be good. Take accountability for yourself. Man the fuck up. Take accountability for yourself and your addictions. Admit to yourself, you know, you're saying that you got a drug addiction. You have already taken that step of admitting to yourself what it is. Now is about putting in the work and action, because you've came to the right place. I want to tell you this. No one is coming to save you out of that addiction. Only you can save yourself out of that addiction. Knowledge of self is what you need to be on. Understand yourself, understand your triggers, understand where and where not, when and where not to go that may affect you in falling back into those addictions. Cutting off the people that are linked to those addictions, like your friends and family who are users. You need to cut them off because those are ties to those addictions. Those are just some of the basic steps, but you need to cleanse. You need to step away and separate yourself and be alone with yourself. Understand yourself. Understand, once again, your triggers, what makes you tick, what makes you angry. Because getting angry can be a trigger, and as a coping mechanism to then turn around to that addiction and make you happy, you'll fall back into that addiction. So you need to step away from people who make you angry, places that make you angry or upset, sad, anything that switches your mood, because that can be a trigger to go back into that addiction. Obviously, you came here for a reason. Christianity hasn't been helping with your addiction if you just relapsed yesterday. So maybe this needs to open your mind up to let you know no one's coming to save you. You can only save yourself. D. Nixon says, ignore chat for a second. Can you just tell thoughts and beliefs? No, I can't ignore the chat because there was somebody in here that just said that they are battling drug addiction and they needed my help. They were guided here, led here to me. Not you, brother, to me. So I could tell him the truth to get him out of his drug addiction. Yeah, it's on the spooky hours. God Almighty will show you a path in a dream.
This is not a Christian live chat. Yeah, thank you, Southside Frog. You already know what time this is. More like wisdom live stream. Yes, Greg Masters. Let them know. See, those are the ones that get it. They get it. They understand it. Once again, Sam in Wakefield. None of that shit you talking about scares me. I'm not a scary nigga, bro. Someone told me what was going to happen in my dreams last night, and you know what happened, bro? I had a sex dream last night. Beautiful sex dream, bro. The female was to my liking, everything that I would imagine. Yeah. God, y'all don't understand, bro. The power that you have within you. That shit don't matter what any of y'all talking about. All that negative shit don't matter. Turn the lights on and the shadows of addiction will disappear. Fear no one but God. Peace to you. And OG Kicks says, teach. Southside Frog. And this is what I'm going to do for you, Samuel Wakefield, because you don't get it. If my tongue speak lies, my thumb don't. You're out of here. I'm about action. So I tell you, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I try to spare you for a little bit to be cool. This is my square. I will remain in my square no matter what circles me. Yes, sir. Stand up on your 10. Stand on your square. Nothing can knock you off that square. You look kind of like Gucci Mane. You my new favorite here, right? Sean, nah, and there's no need to be sorry, bro. Sorry for assuming it was new here and I saw the verses in the comments. Nah, it's no Song Jones. Peace, love. How you? Always good to see you. Good morning. Sorry for assuming it was. Yeah, nah, there's no need to be sorry, Sean. I just like to be transparent, and I go to different sources for information. So if Bible verses get put in here, I'm cool with that. But the push of religion upon me and the people that are in here is something I'm not with. It's not cool. D Nixon's, bruh. I'm just asking you about your thoughts and beliefs. We already had a conversation about my thoughts and beliefs yesterday. You are the one that didn't want the information that I was trying to give out. You were trying to patronize me at first and tell me to go to Psalms. You just wanted me to go to the Bible. Go to the Bible. Go to the Bible. I told you I have more sources than the Bible. I tried to bring that source to you. You didn't want it. So I have no more dealings with you, bro. Next topic. If you still are on that type of time, if something might have really struck in you and now you have a sore spot, I hit your ego in some form because I don't care what you're talking about anymore and I'm not appeasing to what you want me to do. Ignore my chat to talk to you and someone is asking me for help and they tried your Christian ways, your ways aren't working with everybody. That's the thing. I'm sorry. Sorry to drop that on you. So I'm good. Now, I could get you up out of here again and you got to wait another 24 hours and I'll be back and you could try a new tune. But we've talked about my thoughts and beliefs yesterday. I'm not going to do the same thing today. I haven't been doing the same thing today. So there's no way I'm just going to ignore my chat and ignore my people, especially if someone's asking for help, to talk to you about something that was yesterday when I told you I was done talking to you. You got my thoughts and views yesterday. You must have not been listening because you're so busy and so much in your feelings that you weren't willing to listen. Go to the playback of the live yesterday. Then you'll get my thoughts and my beliefs. Not repeating myself for no janky. I'm going to chill. I'm not going to repeat myself to you, sir. That's it. The content is uploaded. Song Jones, you better cut it out, girl. Mike Huncho, try again. Poor Devil says, Psalms 27:17, no context. Okay. Jackson says Tourette's crazy. D. Nixon, you waited a whole 24 hours just to come back and you are still asking me what? Nothing stuck with me. I'm actually helping the people. You still don't get it. So I'm gonna give you, hold on, let me catch up to that. People cite the Bible out of fear. Damn, Southside Frog. Southside Frog says people cite the Bible out of fear. Fear only comes without preparation. If you are prepared, then there is nothing, there's not anything, no one, not a soul to fear. I had to put a little bit more spice on that because people don't understand. They truly don't understand. They need better understanding what type of timing you should be on. KL8, man, you ain't no kid, bro. Anyone can go back, look at it, and see. Yeah. And that's what I'm telling you to do. It stuck with you because you waited a whole nother 24 hours to be unblocked to come and bring to me the same shit. As you can see, I'm past that. Moved on. Back again, alive and well. So obviously, whatever I believe in and my thoughts is keeping me alive, happy, safe, beautiful. So you need to go back. And if you really want to know, go through my channel. Subscribe to the content to get my beliefs, what I'm about, what my thoughts and beliefs are. I have document through my YouTube channel and on previous lives of what type of timing I'm on. I'm not repeating myself to no peon. That's how I feel. Okay? Sean says, Southside Fraud, only thing I fear is going back to my old habits. Afterlife, nah, I can't change what is out of my control. Jackson says, I remember the whole story of the Bible through my head and every scenery in milliseconds to judge everyone's situation, and they gave me drugs to stop Tourette's. What? I don't know what that means. They fucked up my life. Damn. D. Nixon, you're gonna have to wait another 24 hours. Change up. You need to change up your energy when you come and talk to me. You don't get it. He didn't learn his lesson. Got to put him back in the corner. He's on timeout another 24 hours, guys. See, getting angry and getting upset is low vibrational. This brother came back to be an agitator. Another agent wants to agitate. Brother, God bless you. Hope all is well and remains well. Adam, peace to you, brother. And God bless you. Everything is great, brother. Greg Master says, my scriptures are the thoughts the universe pours into my crown and pineal gland. Greg Masters, Tried to tell someone earlier too. Adam, you too. Have a great night. Some things are divinely orchestrated for those that are willing to go down that path to be able to receive divine orchestration. There's certain work you got to put in, and there's certain shit that you have to leave behind because they don't teach you that. Plain and simple. Mr. Mouse says, I like turtles. What we talking about? KLA, I thought you was going to sleep, man. True knowledge is the light of my path. Adam. Adam, I was rocking with you earlier. You set yourself up, brother. So I said something yesterday. Now I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you guys how much I'm standing on it. I told him not that talk about that deity. I don't care how late it is. It's not happening. Southside. Frog says the Bible never stopped or won a war. Fear no one but God. Peace to you. Ark. Listen, this is the thing, Ark. Ark Seraph. Thank you for being here. Listen, I don't call or self-proclaim myself to be anything. It's when other people do it. Oh, you think you're a prophet? Or you think you're wise? Or you think you're smart? Or you think... I never claimed to be anything. So there has to be something about me. The energy that I'm giving off to let you know exactly what... I let my energy speak for me. I don't need to brag on here. I give out information. I give out knowledge. I do give out the wisdom. Whoever hearkens to it, they get it. If they got it, good. But I don't self-proclaim to be anything. So if I am that I am. I can tell like you reincarnated or something, like you've been through many tests. You stay clean. Arc Seraph. Once again, brother, I appreciate that. And I take that as a compliment, real talk. But once again, with humility, being humble, bro, and not letting a hard time humble you. See, people wait for a hard time to humble them. I never waited for a hard time to humble me. I've been taught to be humble. And there's been times I've been, not humble and stuff like that. But that comes from playing sports and stuff like that. Just having that belief in me, like I'm that damn good. Because I looked up to certain sports figures like Muhammad Ali, Deion Sanders, where, what I mean, they talk they shit. Be the greatest, you gotta be the greatest. But that still comes with a sense of humility, right? But as you said, going through life's tests, not waiting to a point to be humble or to get humble, actually dealing with life. Understand that is wins and there's losses, and that comes with the game. When people wait for a hard time to humble them, it's hard for them to get back up. It's hard for them to process what's going on because they never lost for real, or they felt like they never took a loss. KL8 is definitely not a kid. It was believable at first. You blew your cover. Yeah, self-control. Are you aware you can hide him from the channel, or are you giving him more chances out of kindness of your heart? Sean, um, I like to keep certain people around for certain reasons. Everyone, even the agents, serve their purpose. You dig? So it's not even out of kindness, out of my heart. It's Once again, the agents are needed. When you are the main character, I got another live too, right? Say you the main character, you the star of the show. Life is like a movie. It's like a video game. However you want to craft it, right? You are the main character. You need certain characters to play their role because you need to show people exactly who they are. So I'm gonna give him another 24 hours to figure out what he want to do, what's going to be the next tactic to come along. He might come along again dressed as another screen name, another, whatever it is, poser, agent. But we need the agents. We need them because it exposes a lot. But when it's the same person, it lets me pinpoint and target exactly who he is because then it'll jog a memory like, oh, I remember, yeah. And it just shows me the lengths that same person, where are they willing to go? Some people, when I block them out, I don't expect them to come back for real. If they're real people, some people you block them, oh man, fuck him, fuck him then. But there's a reason why they come back. Southside Frog says the strains of Mother Earth gave change to my perils of pestilence. It's knowledge of my energy to respect my vibration of the table my kings sit at. Your cup will never overflow if you keep. That's a fact. Drinking all others' falsehoods. No, I've been checking for. Unknown user. Try again. Those lips are as big as the Pacific Ocean. Man, I really hope Def, not K, bro's lips are as big as the Pacific Ocean. I really hope, I honestly hope that you are not a guy. Do you ever miss? Sean Ray is funny. Sean 11, that's a different Sean. Oh, Actual Grim Reaper, you're back. Actual Grim Reaper is someone I actually, he was in here telling me that he was going to get me in my sleep, send people at my door, all this other shit, the live stream. Once again, I'm not a scary nigga. I told you, you were better off trying to get me in my dreams than actually coming to my door. Coming to my door is a very dangerous game to play. It's a very dangerous game to play. Unwanted guests? Mm-mm. On my property? Mm-mm. It's not good. Sean 11 says, bro is respectful, disciplined, bold. John McAfee. That's how you feel about him. That's cool. Chief Keef says, I'm Chief Keef. I used to be a rapper. Man. Oh, man. Unknown user says, humble men don't curse at people. Are you sure about that? How about this? Humble men, right? When they're actually talking to people, they don't curse at actual people. But when they're fuck people like you, they know how to dress them. Unknown user. whoever you are, you're trying to garner attention. So now you got my attention. Fuck you. Humbly. I think you're too base. What the hell you spell? I give my losses grace. You gotta experience a lot of losses before you can expect to win. As I said, that's a fact. All right. So I'm gonna get out more people right before I leave out to make sure to ensure, 24 hours later, because I'll be on in less than 24 hours. I'm gonna be back a little bit later tonight. Fear no one but God, says them lips. That's why they come back. Yeah, the women tend to come back. I got some loyal women followers. You feel me? And then also with the agents, I got some loyal agents, bro. Why is cursing so much but claiming to be enlightened and good? I'm fucking cursing so much is because obviously you think cursing hinders you from actually being intelligent or having some wit about you. You think me cursing in the language that I use, that's supposed to do something to my ego and make me feel not so enlightened or so smart? I don't give a fuck what you think. That's the thing. That's supposed to do something to my ego. Oh, I'm cursing it. See, all you can hear is the curse words because you're immature, you're distracted, you're aging. This is usually the time y'all come out. I'm not going to play for too much longer. Just to make a point. That's what you want to pay attention to, me cursing? Who's this handsome ass dude on my screen, bro? Here from Ethiopia, Soph Deary. Peace to you. Shouts out to Ethiopia. Unknown user smells like an agent if I've ever used my sisters. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. You need them. How to become unfazed force of nature. Ark Zareth, there's a book called The Subtle Art of Not to Give a Fuck. How to not give a fuck? It's a literal book. The Subtle Art of How Not to Give a Fuck. You tap into that book, it teaches you certain techniques about how not to give a fuck. I'll look up, I don't know if it's on my Audible or, let me check. Yeah, I think it's on my Audible. Let me catch up to the chat. Don't refer to yourself as a nigga, king. Niggas. I get what you're saying. Sometimes I can't help it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Just the way I grew up, where I come from, it's the lingo. The subtle art of not giving a fuck. It's gonna pay. I know it's backwards, but it's right here on the Audible. I mean, you get the hard copy. I have it on Audible. I got other Audibles. The Spook Who Sat by the Door, Outwitted the Devil, The Ancient Book of the Dead. Oh man, I got 48 Laws of Power on here, but I also got just the audio book. 50th Law of Power. That's by 50 Cent. The Greatest Ali, Limitless. Unlearn is another book. Very great. I can tell why do you use hate words? Those aren't hate words. Fuck, shit, damn, pussy. Those aren't hate words. I can tell you for real, like you not to be messed with real, recognize real. Hey, Art Seraph, man, it's the internet, bro. It's the internet. I'm a very peaceful person in real life, bro. I'm cool, calm, collected. For real, for real. I'm chill. I'm chill. The same way I'm chill on here, I'm chill in real life. But if you test me, which most people don't in real life, it's just that the internet, they like to test you. If you test me in real life, you're going to get a very brash punishment. Hi from New Hampshire, Lisa Hicks. Cold. Once again, yeah, it's another cold day. That joint, it's getting worse out here too. It's gonna get colder. Come on, man. It was peaceful stream. Why did you have to bring racist stereotypes into into station? Nah, it's all good, man. This is the thing, Sean 11. They have to do that. They gotta see what buttons they could push to get you outside of your body. And with all the streams I've done, is it doesn't work. But they'll continue to try, different tactics. How can we get to you? It's cool, bro. So you just express that you're not humble because, yeah, according to you, I'm not humble. So I'm not humble, bro. You got an unknown user. You cursed directly at me. You went against your own thought. How did I go against my own thought? I never said I don't curse. Never said that. If you look up the word humble, it says nothing about not using profanity or cursing. Unknown user, you are done. Dunzo. Peace, bro. Salute to all positive energy in the chat. Hey, Zon, peace to you, brother. Cursing is amazing therapy, and I'll never stop doing it. Yeah, OG Kicks, man. That's what I'm saying. That book that I just recommended, Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, is the actual expression. I don't give a fuck. See, saying to someone, I don't care. I don't find that fascinating. See, it don't hit the same. When you tell someone, listen, I don't give a fuck, you feel it more. They understand it more. Adam E, who I got up out of here, just found one of my pages, right? Or went on my page. I just got the alert. He says, submit to Rome, not your heretical spiritual religion. You see what they do when they can't get to you? They stalk your page. See, I got amazing, even fans on the positive side, I got fans on the negative side. It's much needed. They stalk your page when they can't get to you. And then he tells me what he really wants me to do. Submit to Rome. You see the shit that I be talking about, that deity? Black people, if you into Christianity, you following that JESUS, here you have someone stalking my page. Submit to Rome. Know what you submitting to and who you praying to. See, they won't say it in the live chat to validate the shit that I'm talking. They'll call me crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. I got a demon in me. I got this and that. I know it's backwards. It says submit to Rome. Submit to that Roman deity disguised under. Hey, listen, guys. Some people just have potty mouths. I've always said that I said my mouth is bad, but my character is good. Blue Sun. Lisa Hicks, thank you. Thank you for saying I have a great smile. And so Deary says, love your teeth. So Deary, you gotta chill out. Just a little bit. I want a hard copy. It's better for the eyes. Yeah, I always enjoy hard copies of certain books. But In my past, I've always been on the move and stuff like that and carrying around books, and especially at the rate that I was getting certain information. Just having an audible book and not having people so much in my business of, whoa, what you doing? What you reading? I just rather have the headphones in and listen to certain books. But I got a whole bookshelf on my right hand side where I have hard copies of certain stuff, certain books that are real personable to me. I like to have that on deck hard copy. You start getting into the creepy fan way. So Star says hi. What the fuck? My day is going great. It's a great morning. I got stalkers. Peace be with you, Arc Seraph. Stars want to be mine. Astro, okay. What are you wearing? I don't know what that is. Okay. All right, Astro, I gotta get you out of here because you spamming at this point. I'm trying to catch up to the chat. I'm sorry. Talking a bunch of nonsense. Stop spamming racial comments. Brittany Marie Slack still in here. Yeah, Astro's done. And who's this? Oh, okay. Same message held for review. Nail maker. The fuck is that? Luke Ryder says, "Do you go to the gym?" Yes. I'm about to get off here soon. Lord Jesus. Stars, you still here? The weirdo been dealt with. How many burpees are you doing today? I wasn't planning to do anything. I wasn't planning to do any burpees, but I might do some. Being that you mentioned it, I might get some burpees in. Thank God. Shake my head. These trolls think they're funny when they're not. It's not cute. It's ugly. Yeah. Usually when I start to relay certain messages and stuff like that, that's when they intensify the trolls in here. They start to go off a little bit, man. We solved it, but it's too late. She's gone. Need to do it every day, at least 5. Yeah, nah, burpees is where it's at. I don't know. I just don't. You know what I mean? I refrain from doing burpees. RP stars unknown 2026. I have a decent book collection. And it's not all just like spiritual books. This is a very good book that I have. Intellectual Warfare. Jacob H. Carruthers. You know, having knowledge sometimes can be a gift and a curse because the more you know, the more of a burden and stuff you start to realize, the barriers and the truths that you thought that were truths once before. Start to shatter. It's all about getting the right books, the right knowledge. Opens your eyes to certain things. Yeah, I'll show it again. Intellectual Warfare. J. Carruthers. Jacob H. Carruthers. I'm sorry. Dr. Jacob H. Carruthers. I'm sorry. Yeah, reading this book, once again, we start to break down what the book is telling you. and having the minds of the people and how they are able to get the minds of the people under control. You know how they say there's spiritual warfare? Well, there's been warfare used on us. And when I mean us, me included, no different than you guys. It's just that when I have been guided to certain information and saying, where's this book? Let me intellectual warfare. Well, who are we up against? Yep. Lul, I don't know how to say, but Lulu says, let's get married. Lulu. That's funny as hell. One more time, please. Don't hate. Can't no brother what to do. Somebody else in here from Minnesota said one more time. I'm gonna show it again. I know it pops up backwards for you guys. But intellectual warfare. Jacob H. Carruthers. Lulu says Somali Queen. I also have this book too. This is a good book about diet, Kemetic diet, ancient African wisdom for health of mind, body, and spirit. Pretty teeth. My sis love a good man with teeth, with white teeth. I appreciate it, guys. Yo, Sean is a beast in here, bro. Sean says your sis standards are serenely low. Then it's just something that they observe, Sean. At first, when it's just it's just appearance. Yo, Sean is a savage, bro. It's appearance is one of the first thing that they look at. Check some boxes. That's it. Got it. Thank you. My phone wasn't screenshotting for some reason. I'm originally from Jersey. Right now, I reside in Pennsylvania. Another great book. Anyone know the great W.E.B. Du Bois? I haven't shown this one yet. Anyone ever heard that name? William Edward Brugat, W.E.B. Du Bois. Famous author, great humanitarian. He wrote a book. I'm not gonna show this one just yet. Y'all not ready for that one. I'm gonna show y'all one more. One more I got. Hold on. Always show that one. Which one is this? No. Oh, there's another one I got. No, not that one. That be it for tonight. I got this book too. James Baldwin. Notes of a Native Son. I gotta keep this close by. I gotta get reversed into this one. I keep this over here. And I got another book over there. Some of my books are not even on the shelf. I need to put back over there because I'm actively reading them. But that's it. That's all the books I'm gonna show y'all for right now. Okay, I thought she meant the only requirement for her was white teeth. Nah, that makes more sense. Nah, it's just it's just one of the attributes that they notice. You know, that the females like. Fear no one says, show it. Show the one I was about to show. You ain't in bed yet, Karina. Karina, peace to you, says, how you? Yeah, I said I was gonna get off. I'm about to get off though. What's your books about? I mean, they're not my books. I have different types of books. Spirituality books, like the Kemetic one is about the diet for the mind, body, and soul. That's also a spiritual book. Then I got different books based around spirituality, religion, if you will. Like I got the Bible, Quran, Book of Enoch. The book, I'm not gonna. I have another book called 12 Powers of Man. I have this book as well, The Office of a Prophet. Apostle Leslie D. Richardson. This is one I haven't finished yet. Once again, I don't like to self-proclaim myself to be anything. I let my energy do the talking and let the, people use their discernment for themselves. That makes me feel better about myself. You feel what I'm saying? So certain books I haven't really tapped into because I don't want to do too much. But when I have a calling to crack open certain books, that's where I go to. Girl, don't track my man's time. How does he does not want you? I'm sorry. I don't know what you guys are talking about right now, but I am. Am I awesome? Carter Walsh, peace to you, man. Fear no one, but God says, show the book, please. I don't know, man, how could I saw awesome? I don't know. Yeah, that's it, man. But for real, that book, Intellectual Warfare, is a must. It's a must get, a must read. It's for my people, man, to understand what you are up against. The mind control is real. A little short bit, top 5 gangsters caught lacking in the hood. You hating. Yeah, fear no one but God. Yeah, if you if you can get that now, get that now. That's it's from slavery times. It's one thing to trap the bodies of the people and excommunicate them through getting up out of here. It's more useful to put the body to work and then trap it up here. Get the minds of the people trapped up here. So that way you could get them to do exactly what you want. Lil, my email is, what's your YouTube channel about? V-Love, my email is in my YouTube channel bio. It should be. And my YouTube channel, most of my content on there is directed towards the guys. I want to say it in a way where I can make sure that you can understand it, V-Love. And it is about men conserving their life force energy, their sexual energy, semen retention. So I give out, through my experiences and certain studies that I've done, to help guys, give out tips on how to stay on the path of taking the time to be single, controlling their sexual desires. And this is not a bad thing, what I'm about to say, but taking a break and stepping away from the dating scene, leaving women alone, cutting women off necessarily, and not in a bad way to say F women. It's not the point. The point is to refine themselves, because we find ourselves objectifying women when we have ran a course of, one, most guys have a pee addiction on a screen, a corn addiction. I don't want to say, the explicit word, but they have a corn addiction, right? So that's number one. That's the number one thing. Guys have to break out of that cycle of going on the screen, watching corn, right? And taking matters into their own hands. Because what that does, not just taking matters to your own hands, but now all the images and the graphic images that we have in our minds, from those images, now we manifest that into reality, and now we require a lot from you women, and we objectify you. We start to look at you and deem you as objects. So the psychological part of a lot of that going on is why I try to get the guys to understand, get your mind together, your mental health. Take a break from women, take a break from the screen. Just take a break from touching yourself altogether. Practice a life of celibacy, get your mind right, get your body right. But with every cause, there's an effect when you do this. So you get more handsome. Your look starts to get better, or whatever the case may be. Your skin starts to clear up, whatever case, and all that good stuff. I don't like to really tackle the physical parts, because that's like the first stage of that. And that's how guys get hooked on, because women are more attracted to you. So when guys hear that, they be like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna get on it too. The same thing that got you in the position of being on the practice, guys fall right out. They don't take it out for a long period of time. So the real benefits come with now getting the mental health, being able to control your emotions, because for us guys, that sexual desire, that lust, all that stuff is real sexual desire for us, that if we are able to harness it, get a handle on it, it affects our emotions. Now we have more of an emotional intelligence, and then we produce a more spiritual body. We have a more spiritual presence about ourselves. So, not to keep on elongating with what the channel's about, just to give you all that, but with that set of practice and what the content is about, it's to help the guys out. And I encourage the women to go over there, check out the content too, to see what a group of guys who practice, the semen retention that path, what we on and what we're about. It's not anything to do with women shaming or anything like that. Like I said, true guys who jump on semen retention and really taking the practice, we have a new appreciation for women. We embrace women a different way. We don't look at you guys as objects or trying to get into your pants so quickly, because we understand our energy. I don't really want to give my energy out to any female just like that, just because. And not to throw shots at anybody in the chat, but just because a woman says, oh, he has nice teeth, or I'm attracted to you because you look handsome, or I love your beard and stuff like that, you're handsome, I take that as a compliment. And I love all my sisters out there, and I appreciate it. But that newfound respect for self, it manifests in another way for that respect for you women out there. It takes practice. It takes a renewing of the mind to be able to carry yourself forth, because now those guys who have really taken the practice, they have fought against those urges to act off of instinct. Now we're not so emotional and be like, oh, she says she liked the way I look, she must want to. We're not thinking like that. Not at all. And we can't think like that, because now we just want to give our energy away to any and everybody. We're not moving like that. Not everybody deserves that type of energy. And too bad, floor poop. Your message getting held for review. She didn't. It went another way around. V Love says, I love that, teacher, man, to be strong. Yeah, it takes real strength to be strong and be disciplined. It's about the discipline. A lot of guys were refuted, like this other troll was in here. I'm talking bullshit. Obviously, you haven't practiced any form of discipline. An undisciplined man will quick to be saved. That's bullshit. Not to be rushing you, but remember when you said you were in the stream. It always happens, Sean. Whether it be someone asks me a question, like, V Love did, and it's a genuine question, or someone, distracts me from or brings up some other bullshit or troll. But yeah, I said I was gonna get off 20 minutes ago. For real, it is what it is. Lou says right. I appreciate the gift, Lou. But as you can see, like when questions are asked like that, I get real passionate about it because this is real shit. You feel what I'm saying? So when the right question gets asked or the right person catches my attention, I gotta give it to you straight and give it to you raw. But this is real help though. And I like helping people understand, especially the women. I'll always take my time out for anybody, but when a woman asks, what is my channel about? It's not made for, I'm not going to say it's not made for the women, but it's out there. You know what I mean? So if a woman comes across it, it's not necessarily for her, but the women can also take that and practice a life of celibacy for themselves to define their divine right and their divine essence. Because at the end game, for us guys, we start to move in not just pure masculinity, but we carry something with us. Now it's a more divine masculinity. And these women, other guys, they pick up on that. I'm trying to figure out if this dude... Oh, man. And Will says, that's deep, right? So when can a man be ready for love after the cycle? That's a great question, Lulu. The path, when you walk it, will reveal itself along that path. This is the thing about divine right, moving in divine masculinity. Everything is divine timing. It's not up to me, for real, for real. If I move how I'm supposed to move, and this is the thing about law of attraction. When you're looking or chasing, or you got your attention so much on love so much, you never quite find it because you're always looking for it, searching, chasing. It's supposed to be divine time. It's supposed to come natural. That's how I look at it. That's, you know what I mean? That's how I deem it. I'm not in no rush. You feel what I'm saying? We all know you want... Yo, that's crazy. Let me guess. You're into fat white chicks. To the contrary, RH, whoever you are. I'm doing great. I'm doing great today. BDH. Yeah, but how do you live with a BBL? What? Yeah, these comments is... Yeah, it gets crazy after hours like this. But, my preference isn't white women. For real, for real. I'm be honest. I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? I'm not racist or anything like that, but I have a preference. I like black women. Sorry. I love all women. Like I said, I have a newfound respect and deem all women respectful, no matter your race, color, or creed, or wherever you come from. K exposes truth. Peace, peace to you. Yeah, I don't know if that was a troll question or whatever the case may be, but I'm also honest about what I like and what my preference is, what I look for. And it's a culture thing. It's not anything about race. It's not a racist thing. It's a culture thing. I would want someone who most likely is more culturally close to me than someone outside of my culture, because that would take more work for me to try to understand them, where they're coming from, and then vice versa. They would have to understand me and step out of their comfort zone to appease to me. That's it. I've dated white women before. I've dated Spanish women before. I'm not saying I wouldn't find love outside of my culture. Once again, I'm not looking for that. It's not up to me, for real, like that. But I just know my preference, and as far as a culture thing, what I look for is someone more relatable to me than possible. Javari, man, peace. Hello, man. I always say I'm about to get out of here, and then Javari come through. Somebody that is always a part, you know what I mean, of these lives will come through. But I'm about to get off here soon, brother. But glad to see you, bro. I was on here a couple days ago after not being on here for extended a couple days. So I didn't see you yesterday, brother, but glad to see you tonight. V Love, I subscribe, will be back. This is good. It made me smile. I'm glad this makes you happy, V Love. I thank you. And thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Sean, I used to have a preference of bigger body parts, and I realize I want to live a life away from any romantic cool relationship. Yeah, nah. It's always good to take your time. It's always good to take your time. Understand yourself, what you really want out here. Make a decision on what you really want, not just jumping from person to person because of how they look or what they can offer you at the time. Easy access is that's not the way to move. So, you know, you take your time and just work on yourself. Understand yourself. Trying to run up some hookups. Everyone has a preference. Nothing wrong with that. Christy Stanley, yes. And that's naturally what I'm attracted to. And once again, I find all women beautiful. There's beauty in every race and culture. But what I know myself and what I'm naturally like attracted to, like, don't get me wrong, I can see a Caucasian woman, see her, I'm like, oh, she's pretty. You feel what I'm saying? Like, she's beautiful. But I can see something else. I can see a sister for real, and it does something, not just for the eyes. It does something to my whole system, bro. I'm telling you, it's different. It's different type of attraction when you are most closely tied to the people of your culture. And sweet dreams, Lou. Says love you. I love you too, Lou. That's what's up. Mullet man does looking sharp, my man. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Especially I have a preference too, but it's mainly with inner person. Exactly. MC, you play on Xbox or PlayStation. Yeah, Chrissy Stanley, yeah, it's beauty in everybody. And like I said, it's not like I'm set on this is gonna be my person, this is what it is, and that's what I'm tied down to. No. I just know how I react when I see certain things. And yeah, when it's a natural happening, I just let it happen naturally. I don't like to force anything. Hey, Albert, once again, bro, peace, please like and subscribe. Be respectful in the chat room. Positive vibes only. A little support from Big Al from Southern Cal. Shouts out to you, man. I appreciate that, bro. And you a little bit late because I'm definitely about to get off. No BS. It's about to hit 5 a.m. on my side. Yeah, I'm not going too much longer. So another 5 more minutes, I'm out. I like and sub, but that don't change. I'm a simp. Where you at? Man, Lulu, where you at? Oh, you said Minnesota. Man, Brandon Walden. Man, you must be someone else described as a under another screen name. You call me what you want, brother. Oh, okay. Brian Walden, my bad. You say you just trolling on a cigarette break at where I feel you. New Orleans here. Man, shout out to NO. I was just talking about New Orleans earlier, Christy. I was talking about when the levees broke. And it was said that the Christy, my bad. We was talking about you was there. Hey, can you confirm? Uh, or maybe you can't. Maybe you can. Maybe you can't. When they said that the levees broke, but there's been conspiracy theory around that people in that area heard explosions. And when they went to go to the site to investigate, or people ran their own investigations, they said they found like dynamite casings and dynamite like residue and stuff. So the conspiracy is that the levees didn't actually break. That yeah, that was an explosion down there, set up. And guys, I appreciate all the subs, the likes, y'all coming through, showing love. Once again, my email, and I do consultations for my guys. I set that up through my emails and stuff like that. Once again, my email should be, just go on my page. Just go on my page somewhere. If it's not in my bio, you could go on my page and find my email. Reach out. Yeah, that's what I have heard. It wasn't the first time. Yeah, Christy Stanley, yeah. I think they were blown before too. Damn. Hey, buddy, what do you think about the girl name? Nice try, buddy. It's a nice try. Will says, I'm moving to Philly. For me, just for me. I'm not in Philly. Philly is 2 hours away from you. Grew up there. Where you from, G? Right now, I'm in Pennsylvania, though. I live in Pennsylvania. I'm 2 hours away from Philly. He said, BK Natty says, Joe Frazier. That's funny as hell. Yeah, another 2 minutes and I'm out of here. Do you gotta try it in Hollywood? You got that thing, honestly speaking. What does that mean? Chitin drive? I don't know what that means, bro. I got that thing. Hey, buddy. Enjoy your life. We'll definitely be back. Yeah, I'm gonna be back on a couple hours. Not a couple hours, like later on tonight. Usually I come on at nighttime. Around 10:30, 11, 11:30. Then I run it through to about this time. Jasmine Rose, hello, my first live. I have no preference, just need to understand your bloodline, family relationships, and if you have the heart to not crave into pressure to be left out. Trenton Drive says you could be an actor. Yeah, I've heard that before, bro. I can try. Put me out there, man. Promote me, man. Put some send some people my way, bro. The people really get you to where you need to go for real. As long as you get the support of the people. Be an actor, yeah, maybe. I maybe try, but if people take a liking to you, make you popular, make you popping. Right now it's about going viral. If you go viral, then you get some notoriety. But just taking a risk right now and going to Hollywood, they're going to want you to do some funny stuff out there, bro. I'm not with that. And Jasmine Rose, I'm sorry. It's 5 a.m. I told the people I would be off in 5 minutes, so I can't go into all that right now. But I'm gonna be on a couple hours later. Like I said, usually I come on around 11 o'clock. You know what I mean? OG Kicks, peace, bro. It was great having you in here tonight, bro. Javari, good morning. Hopefully I'll catch you also later tonight. Lulu, Lulu, have a great night and sweet dreams. And Jasmine Rose, once again, yeah, no worries. Have a peaceful day. You too. You too. With all I said, people, I'll catch y'all in the next one.